Hi.
We're back.
We are back.
Yeah, YouTube's yelling at me about something. Hang on, I gotta see what it's doing here. Apparently some sort of stream. You know what? We're just gonna go with it.
Okay.
It's fine. It's fine. All good things.
Well, if it burns down, it burns down.
If it burns down, it burns down. How are you?
Good. How are you?
I'm good. I'm real good. It's been a bit of a long week, even though it hasn't felt like a long week. And we're back to building more SwitchWire.
SwitchWires.
Yeah. Looks like we've got some familiar faces in the chat. Well, faces. There's Fernando, Mr. DSK001. We've got Thaneth in the house, Duff, Mark. Hey, Frostbite showed up. He's the whole SwitchWire guy. Yeah, and that's all I got so far.
Well, thinking about it,
some
of these names for printers, like SwitchWire, don't switch the wires. Things are going to go wrong if you switch the wires.
I know, and I automatically start thinking of that classic, like, reverse the polarity, Captain. You know, given the role she's got. Yeah, I don't know. Since the stream last week, we ran into a slight conundrum. I had ordered some parts ages and ages ago. Picked up a set of parts from a Voron Discord community member. Deep fried heroin. But okay. He's got a website, Formis Sosa, or let me find the link here. I'll put it in the chat here. And so I ordered some parts from him. And
because some of the parts are somewhat unique.
Some of the parts are somewhat unique, and they were parts that Sparta might have been sold out of at the time. So I had to just make alternatives. So there's the link to his website. And so I made some alternatives and got the alternatives. One of the things was the bearings and a screen. I also, while I was at it, got some of these. I don't know if you've ever seen these little collet clips to go in the Voron stuff. I ordered some just to have them because they're good to have. So I ordered that stuff ages ago. It got here, no problem. I took a quick peek. Everything looked good. I threw it in the big box of stuff, and that was that. And after the stream on Sunday, Monday, I was looking at the idler for the front here, and I was like, that is still really close to that.
The end of the extrusion?
The end of the extrusion. And then I was picking up the parts I grabbed the part for the upper Z mount, and I went to go put the bearing in, and I was like, the bearing don't fit. I had the wrong bearings.
Oh, no.
So quickly I double-checked to see if I messed up or he messed up. Turns out I ordered the right ones. He sent the wrong ones. 35 and a half seconds after messaging him, the issue was resolved. A new set of bearings is on its way, and he's already taken care of it. Like, just grade A, absolute quality. He's like, I'm like, this is great. He's like, no, I'm sorry it happened. And I said, it's okay that it happened, but it's better than what you're taking it.
Mistakes happen from everybody. Everybody makes mistakes. It's how you handle the mistake that shows what kind of person you are.
Yeah, they were supposed to be these, I think they're called 695s. That's what the sizing is. And I have 625s is what I got. Thankfully, though, our good man, Mr. Joseph from Sparta3D, in the last order that I had made the other day, had thrown in a set. Because he threw in a set. It's fine. So I was able to get that sorted out. And now I have the bearings we need to do the rest of the build.
Hooray!
Yeah. So that was always nice. And just knowing the way that this This guy operates from this other website. Like, I bet you he's going to not just send the bearings. He'll probably throw in a something, just try to, make it better. But at the same time, I don't care about any of that. He took care of the issue instantly.
Well, that's the thing. Everybody makes mistakes. It's all in how you handle it. Like I said, there's really two edges of the spectrum. There's jump on it immediately and get it taken care of like this guy did, which is what I would expect from a good person. And there's the other end that we've seen from other 3D printing industry companies where they'll ignore your message forever until you harass them into submission, and then they'll tell you it's your problem.
Right. Radio silence is totally a thing. And so that was an interesting start to the week. And then with that order that I had mentioned, I had ordered some more filament because, me, I have a problem. And I'd ordered some more just miscellaneous things to have. And Joseph was sending the panels for the printer. And so I got the panels opened, and I had a very, very confused look on my face.
It was a very confused look.
It was very confused. And I know I can confuse easily, but some of this was a little bit. The panels that were told to the manufacturer, the vendor, Mandala, to make, he was given instructions. And so we followed the instructions.
Like you would.
As you would. They were squares. They had no holes, no cutouts, no nothing.
No provisions, just
nothing.
Rectangles.
So he had been given the wrong information from, I guess, one of the developers at some point. And so he was on his... We made it a mission the other night just to fix it.
Yep.
And we got it sorted. And Wade's already got a set of panels on his way to me to correct the issue. I took the liberty, though, of trying to figure it out myself.
So the panels that people have purchased from him prior and built their machines, they've had to do what you've done here.
I think so. I think it really does. So the side panels and stuff have some cutouts for the motors. There's different things that way. But these panels were just squares, and I thought, well, that doesn't seem right. So I spent the better part of 2 hours trying to figure out how to print a DXF. It's not as easy as I thought it was.
Okay.
I got a DXF printed. I then traced it, cut it out. I did a great trick for cutting the panels that I remember from days. You take some painter's tape, lay it down the middle, and double it back on itself. Cut the ends and then loop it over so that it's stuck on the same spot. Stick the two panels together, line them up first, stick them together. Then when you take them apart, you've got strips of painter's tape on both. A couple drops of super glue, and stick them back together. So the super glue is now doing all the holding force between the two panels, and now you can cut them as one. So
and because it's painter's tape, it'll release easily.
Yes, it's a fantastic way to do it, especially if you take, and if you're doing anything with a CNC or anything like that, you could just glue your board down to your spoil board or something like that temporarily without damaging the surfaces. So anyways, I went ahead and I thought, oh, I got this.
Well, you got it enough to be able to continue.
Yeah. The problem comes is, I don't know if you can really see, like, let me hold the square up there.
Sure. But what you've got is a functional piece.
So I want to point out that although it is more than possible in some capacity to buy your own blank material, it is, after lots of time and effort, be able to print the DXF at scale. You can cut and drill and make your own panels.
But if you're a perfectionist, you're not going to be happy.
No, not even. I will never, ever go down that route ever again. I will spend the money and I will buy the panels laser cut from the professionals. It's just better. Your lines are better. Things are cleaner. Everything works better. Frosty says they don't need to be perfect, but Frosty can be wrong. It's okay.
We got t-shirts coming.
We got t-shirts coming. We do. But maybe that's enough jibber jabber for now. Maybe it's time to start building.
Is it time to jump into it? Well, let's just say, Bryce and Jay, hello. Jerry, 3D Printing and Paintings, joined us.
Oh, Jerry, how's it going out?
And Nero is a free human being. He can ask for whatever he wants. This is not going to be a marathon stream.
So it's my wedding anniversary, my 11th wedding anniversary today. I have managed to weasel myself out a small portion of time to get this done, as next week I go back to school again, and I don't know how much time I'm going to have to dedicate on this. My goal, if we can get there, because we shouldn't have to retap any things right now, is I want to get to the point of wiring, and I'll take care of the wiring on my own. I like to do wiring myself. I like to plug away at it at night while we shoot the business and Discord. I like to just chill out.
Yep.
So
we don't need an audience for wiring.
No. What happens is wife is texting me, sorry. What happens is that somebody will say, oh, you're doing that wrong, or oh, that's not right, or you're too focused on something else, and all of a sudden you've reversed the cable, and now you got to cut it and restrip it, and it's not fun. And printers are supposed to be fun.
That is a goal.
Mm-hmm.
Make the printer fun.
With that in mind,
speaking of wives, my wife joined us in the chat.
I do see that. We do love Renee. Is Renee doing a coloring stream right now?
It starts in about an hour.
Oh, good. Good. So she's got a little bit of time to get some breakfast in her and chill out.
Breakfast in our house is black coffee.
Look at this camera angle. Oof.
Look at that. A little bit of glare back there, but it's good.
Yeah, I know. Let me see what I can do. I got more lights on today. That's the big thing too. More lights, more stuff, more action.
That is a
More
lot
purple.
of purple.
I love it. Oh, I'm so excited by this purple.
I think the next printer that you do, we might have to splurge and just break it up a little bit.
I'm hoping that the next printer I do is turning the MK3S with the MMU into an MK3S with a bare frame. And
I have an idea for that.
Yeah.
That would make it just.
Are you going where I'm going?
I am.
Okay. Because we have a buddy who is, well, he's become a buddy.
I'll put his site in the chat for
good.
folks.
I don't have it handy, so I was going to get it. But Taylor takes the LDO frames for the bears. And I assume eventually he's going to start branching out into other frames. So there might be SwitchWire frames and stuff in the future.
On the website, it says he can do other things. Reach out to him. He has the bear frames in stock, but he will do others.
But the big thing is he lasers them. And I'm not kidding when I say they are probably one of the most beautiful things I've ever seen.
Well, if people just click that link, when you go to his website, that first image that you see is all the different LDO. One? That's the one. Yeah.
Look at that.
And he has different patterns available.
Dude, I remember when this kind of started up about 6 months or so ago, and we saw it, and we're like, that's really cool. And then we got to know Taylor, and we're like, wow, he's really cool.
And he's one of those guys that keeps figuring out little improvements and tweaks and things to make it just a little bit better. Yeah,
like and it really just adds an extra layer of dimension to a printer. And so I'm hoping to go down that route in a little bit here and maybe make that a thing because I don't need to do it.
Sure.
Prusa works fantastic. I don't need to.
I didn't need to bear these up, but they are so pretty.
But converting it with a lasered frame would just be so definitely go check out that website. Say hey to them. Learn a little bit about it, and I think it's worthwhile.
And Ben has joined us as well.
Oh, Ben.
We do love our Ben.
Mm-hmm. Enough jibber jabber, Melonhead.
What was the name of that? Jabberjaw. That was the thing.
All right. So I cheated.
You cheated.
I did. I cheated. Well, obviously, I had to take the bed off in order to put the panels in.
Mm-hmm.
But because I've got new panels coming next week, I'm not going to put the bed back on just yet. When it comes to stuff to do with the bed, we'll figure that out as we go. Which also kind of gives me a nice work surface to work on while we're working.
Sure, for the big parts.
Yeah. I've hidden some parts underneath.
Just looking at it because I didn't do the building, I just watched.
Mm-hmm.
I forgot about those cross 2020s.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm thinking this thing's just sitting there just wobbly. But no, it's got some good support there, and you can use that to hold.
These are 3030s, actually.
Well, fine then.
Just technically. So what I did is I have assembled a few pieces here. Like I said, with the bearings having been all messed up, I wanted to make sure I could assemble this. I got to get that camera closer. This is silliness. Yes, silliness. Shaky cam. Yeah, there we go.
And Taylor's in chat too.
Taylor's in chat.
Taylor's in chat.
Yes. Yes. I hope he caught the message because
he did. His first message was, "Wow, thanks for the shout out." So
good. I'm
glad he got to see that.
Oh, he's working. Oh, something special. Yeah. So what I did is because of the bearing situation, I had to pre-assemble a few things. We're going to be picking back up on page 38 of the Voron manual. And this is where we get into the Z motor mounts, which again, I played with for a minute because I'm a bad guy and I wanted to.
Well, I did not read ahead, so I will continue to ask stupid questions as we go.
You know what, Bob? You do the questions. I'll do the building. I'm definitely going to be doing the coffee drinking. I am tired.
And Sanath is having lunch, but he's still giving us his fantastic assistance with the links. He's got the Voron guide posted for everybody.
Good. Feel free to follow along. Now, I'm not going to tighten these grub screws up because, I'm going to snug them up, but I'm not going to crank them down or put Loctite on them right now because I don't know the belt positioning. I got to figure all that out.
I don't know that Loctite on those screws is really mandatory.
The only thing I will do is make sure that I don't screw up. And the one that goes this direction. So what I'm doing is referencing the manual, page 39 here. This goes that way. So this has the flange at the top. Next. This one goes that way, the flange down. Flange down. Yeah, and I saw, so Taylor's part of the FDM Lounge Discord, which is part of our good buddy, Mr. Chris Warkaki, who's been away for a minute doing some work. And he was showing off a lasered bed. So he put some sort of coating on the bed, and then
Okay.
he lasered it. And I assume what that did is that baked the coating into the bed.
I must have missed that.
Yeah. I maybe he'll correct me if I'm wrong, but I think what that did is he, like, putting it on there, the laser baked it.
Oh.
It didn't etch it. Because he washed off the coating afterwards.
And then you're just left with that
emblem.
That coating etched into the bed.
Correct. And then you can just put your clear PEI on top, and now you've got your own customized bed.
I saw it, but it just didn't register in my brain for some reason.
Mm-hmm. Oh, this is why I'm here. All right, I need some screws. M5 by 16. I was also able to get just a few more T-nuts ordered in and stuff, just to make sure I had lots. Because no one likes to run out.
My wife says we need a new account for my Christmas presents. Well,
if you say
good
it
morning,
like that.
Mr. Gonzalez.
Is that? I know who that is. Bob knows who that is too.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder if he brought the dragon lady.
You know what? I'm going to go ahead and call it a package deal.
I don't want one without the other. That's a lie. I take.
I don't know. Either one on their own is fine.
I guess. Tracy's good people. Whale's okay. Okay, so this has some very fiddly fitting here to do.
Very fiddly fitting.
Yeah. They don't really give a good picture of how to put this in.
Are there grooves or notches or something, or is it just the hammer nuts that are giving you issues?
So there's hammer nuts, and then hang on, let me go to this one. So we've got some hammer nuts, and this tensioner thing, which has got like a hook.
That's getting in the way.
So you kind of have to line everything up to make it nice.
And there's Buster.
Yeah. Oh, I think I got it.
Now, one can't show up and the other run away. Come on.
I don't know how this works.
Loosen the vertical mount. The vertical screw is belt adjustment.
It's loose. It's very loose. I don't know how it adjusts the belt when it grabs onto that rail. At first I thought, oh, well, it pulls down and that's what gives you your belt adjustment.
So, of all the Vikings you know, which one's your favorite?
Steve. Hiccup? No, Hiccup's my favorite.
Really?
Yeah. He's got one leg too. We're kind of cool like that.
I'm going to go with Maker Viking. He's in the chat.
Oh. That's my second favorite Viking. I kid. So.
Yeah, Tracy, that purple is great, isn't it?
I guess. Okay. Give me some information here, you. Okay, so that goes in like that. And I'm sorry you can't see any of this, but quite frankly, It's going to have to be like that for now.
These things happen. It's not like you come with a forehead-mounted camera, which is an interesting idea.
Now that you think of it, yeah, like a chin cam.
Well, with the like the Raspberry Pi cameras, those little itty bitty ones that are just itty bitty cameras on circuit boards.
Mm-hmm.
If there was a way to connect one to your headset for the support and just drape it up to your forehead and just put it right between your eyes.
Just put it right between your eyes.
I mean, how much more of a perspective could you want than that? And with those small cameras, it wouldn't weigh much.
Right. I think I just saw Chris say in the chat.
The whole assembly floats until you lock it in place.
Okay, so I've got it kind of floating.
Jay says Mr. Regular from RCR has a head mount camera. I don't know who that is.
Okay, I think I've got it.
Hooray!
Hurrah! You know what the fun part is?
When it prints.
Yeah, when you make it go burp, that's always nice.
I don't find that noise very friendly.
No. But what is nice is
we don't like to wear our helmets here. We can't lick the windows when we wear our helmets.
All right. So, as you can see, that should be how it is.
So what? Okay, there's going to be a belt that provides. I got it.
This is a hook basically
mm-hmm.
that hooks onto the frame, and as you tighten it, so this might seat like here, for example.
Mm-hmm.
Once you start tightening it,
you're going to have a belt from the top that's going to pull it the opposite way. You're using that screw to provide tension to that belt.
Right. So the belt is going to be pulling it up. You're going to be pulling it down with the screw.
Good luck, Duff.
Not shot number 2. Good job, buddy. Good job. I think I'm going to be able to get mine next week. I don't know. We're just going to, we're doing it Manuel style. Let's see. I think there's a question. How many printers do you? I assume it's going to continue with have. Well, I have a lot of printers. I have a dozen working printers in this room.
That's a lot.
Mm-hmm.
On the other hand, it's also not enough.
It is also not enough. There are definitely days where it is not enough. Yeah, so basically that's going to be sitting
somewhere in that area.
Well, and it doesn't rest on the frame, is what Frosty's saying, and that makes sense because you want to. It's kind of to help uncouple the vibrations a bit. But we'll get to all that when we get to the tightening. All right, next step is the left idler. Ta-da!
It's magic.
Yeah, so the problem I had was that when I went to go put these, like I said, when I first went to put them in, the bearing was pushing the plastic out, and I was like, that don't seem right. And that's what notified me that I had the wrong size. So
it's an interesting bearing design. Instead of using the idler bearings that I'm used to with my bears, it's a split bearing. Not just a flanged idler with bearings in the middle.
I understand too the idea of not using the toothed idler because with some of the speeds that they're trying to push on some of these printers, it can kind of cause les problèmes.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, very interesting design with the stacked bearings.
Mm-hmm.
Now, it doesn't tell me where to position these, but I'm going to assume directly against the edge.
Well, we can always adjust them later, right?
They are just...
That's the good thing about screws. You can always loosen them.
Yep. All right. Oh, that chair moved. And make sure the cutout is facing down. The cutout is facing down and out, just like the picture on page 45. All right. XZ blocks. Guess what, Bub?
What?
Ta-da! Done.
X-axis.
So now...
Kind of looks like you need to move a frame out of the way. Yeah, just for a step or two, so why bother?
Look at that. Look at how nice that comes. Just washed out in camera land. I went from having not enough light to too much light. That's great. I love streaming.
Somebody asked earlier
Mm-hmm.
about the advantages of this over some other printers.
I do, yeah. Jay asked in
the Discord,
I think. Yeah, he asked in Discord, I think.
I don't... See, everybody's got their own opinions on what's good, bad, or ugly on everything these days.
Everything these days.
I would say that it's not about what's better one over the other, but which one fits your logic once you know enough about it. This is a very beefy frame.
From my understanding, with the rigidity of the frame and the smoothness of the motion system,
Mm-hmm.
as opposed to using linear rods and bearings and screws for
Mm-hmm.
the Z, you end up getting a much tighter and faster printer.
Okay.
I will always be the first person to say that if I have to sacrifice quality for print speed, speed's got to go. I go for quality printing first, speed, if it works.
Speed third. For me. I want quality prints.
Mm-hmm.
I want to not futz with it a bunch.
Oh, yeah.
And then I want it to go fast.
Yeah, that's the other thing. I mean, I have spent so many hours getting a lot of these printers cleaned up, prepared, tuned in, parts changed, all kinds of stuff to get them to the point where I just turn them on and they go. And then I have a few printers where I never had to do any of that. I just turn them on and they go.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm happy about that. I don't like having to. I like tinkering and I like building. I definitely do. But when it's go time, if it's like, okay, Vedran messages and says, Wexter says, hey, there's a new model. I need you to print it and test it. I need to be ready to go. When Fotis says, hey, man, I need you to do me a favor, I need to be ready to go. When they don't tell me in advance and they drop a new model, I got to be ready to go. I don't need...
For me, it's also when you build a printer like this, you then have to turn around and build your slicer profile.
I like doing that.
I don't.
Yeah, I've spent a lot of time doing that. Mentored under the Great Frenzy.
Is that what we're calling it now?
I took years of playing and tweaking and doing.
So for me, I love a good printer build. It's fantastic.
Clearly.
Come on, I took perfectly good kit printers that I had built, tore them down, and did it again just to make them prettier. I mean, I'm not opposed to doing a build. Once the build process is done, I want to push a button, hit a couple of settings, and be done with it, instead of all right, well, that did this, so now I have to tweak this setting, and let me run this test, and all that kind of stuff.
Happy anniversary.
I like it.
Jordan just got a surprise.
Kathleen just came back from Costco. Like I said, today is our wedding anniversary, and I want to barbecue some steaks, so she got some steak. And when she came back in, I heard some noises, and she popped her head in here to show me the box of drumsticks, like the ice cream cone.
Oh,
18-pack box. She says, "Happy anniversary."
oh,
I know.
such a good pirate winch.
I do love my wife. Okay. Let's put some of those out, and let's get some of these. Oh yeah, all the little fiddly things. I like it.
All the little fiddly things are fun.
Especially because this is a much happier build than the itty bitty teeny tiny V0. I still like that V0, and I would build another V0 again.
Really?
Admittedly. Yeah, I would. I liked it. It was fun. It's actually a good little
made
printer.
some improvement. They've made some improvements to the kits, so some of the pain points might not be so bad.
Yeah, the manual has gotten a bit better, and that was always my big thing. Is the manual? I felt they took you right to the edge of what you needed to know,
and then shoved you over it,
and then that just stopped. Like, okay, now I am all greasy. Oh, veneer rails.
So Thanos is asking for permission to post the coffee link for you.
Oh yeah. Go ahead. I don't think anyone needs to use it, but go ahead. As
they are cute little printers.
They're super cute little printers. They work well.
Do they?
Yeah, it does print nicely.
Okay.
I've got to put more time into it. I haven't put too much into it.
Well, that's kind of my problem too. By the time you're done with the real world stuff, coming down for the hobby stuff just doesn't have a lot of. There's not a lot of time left for it.
Oh, Bob, you should have told me.
Uh-oh. Oh, no!
Oh, no!
You know what? I didn't realize.
I'm wearing the shirt.
You are wearing the shirt. And we got the boxes in the background. Look at those filament boxes.
And I got some more filament.
Uh-oh.
Yeah. So I picked up a pearl white. Because, quite frankly, pearl white sounds like a beautiful color. I picked up some matte black Galaxy.
That could be interesting.
Matte Galaxy black. So kind of like the matte gray that I used on the Predator bust.
But with sparkle.
But black and sparkly, perhaps. I'm going to check that out. I picked up a roll of Tiffy.
Tiffy. Sounds like a really bad rapper name.
Mm-hmm. Tiffy. Yo. And so I picked that up. Oh, good. These use the N5s, which means I can use... I have some not twist-in style hammer nuts for 2020. They're the...
I do prefer the slide-in versus the
slide-in. And I think that to me is one area where the Bear kind of excels in that aspect, is that it tells you, hey...
As you're going along, hey, put these in the slot before you continue.
And the V0 really plays on that as well, because it's like, hey, you're going to have to put in some nuts now. Mm-hmm. Now, because of its 1515 profile, they're M3 nuts. They're not like hammer nuts or anything like that, but they slide in nicely. And I think it's nice too to have kind of an idea of where you're going.
The one downside I will say, because I've had this, I did this on the Red Bear. Mm-hmm. When a change comes to the project,
okay.
For example, this went from a Bear 2.0 to a 2.1. In that transition, sometimes changing that.
Oh, right.
Yeah. To either add or remove one of those nuts takes you have to tear it down so far.
That's why I would say that is the perfect use case for the hammer nuts, right? Like the just twist in.
My personal OCD wouldn't allow me to leave an extra one in there.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, you don't need this one anymore. So I still
okay. Yeah, the preloading of the nuts is nice. Now, I think with this printer, because of the fact that it does blind joints, there's like no hardware in the frame whatsoever. It's all material to material, which, I mean, has its good moments and bad moments, and I put that on backwards.
Thaneth has a message in the chat for us as well that Sparta now has it's no longer the V0, it's the 0.1.
Correct.
Sparta's got the new kits for that.
They're on order. I almost let the cat out of the bag and spoiled the fun the other day when I mentioned that they were coming, but I get so excited. And I do like good printers. I love LDO stuff though. Jason, beyond Jason just being a super awesome dude, he makes some really good stuff and deserves all the supportings.
I have not heard anything bad about his products from people who like to talk bad about products.
The only bad thing I will say about LDO products is that I want all of them and can't afford all of them. So I don't make money at YouTube. I can't. I try to sell myself as much as possible, but Some people don't buy. My wife's kind of tired of it. But it's got so many, and like they'll find something like, okay, and it's a business first and foremost, and you got to respect the business.
Mm-hmm.
But he sees a project going on, and somebody says, oh, like we're having a hard time sourcing X, and he's just like, hold my beer.
So yes, LDO is a business, absolutely. I think from what I've seen, Jason is genuinely a hobbyist as well.
Correct. I don't think he runs it business first, but economically, being that point man for so many different locations, is a great business decision.
Yeah,
it's also a great community decision because he's contributing.
He sees these things and he says, "That looks really cool. Oh, there's a hole here I can fill. Let me jump in there and see what I can crank out tomorrow." And he does this shit quick.
And some of it's like, the other thing is we all travel in circles and we all travel to some of the same groups. And so all of a sudden one of us will be like, hey, I bet you Jason could pull one of these out. And Jason goes, hey, I know you. Let's see what I can do. Oh, this is nice. Page 47, finish putting those on. Okay, page 48, check orientation. Check. Because the first time I did it backwards.
Check is in the mail.
Okay, and so I want to look at it from this orientation. And I want to see idler bottom, idler top, idler bottom, idler top. Cool. I'm really interested to play with the belt pathing on this.
Yeah, this XZ.
Because it's a Core XY, right? Instead of it printing like this, it prints. It's very interesting. I have to put the printer on the floor for a minute.
Do you?
I do. Gotta tell you, that's actually pretty light.
Well, it is aluminum.
Speaking of light, hang on. This is crazy bright. What's happening here? Better.
Oh, we have to do more heat sets.
Heat sets. Hello, Mr. Thing. Yeah, 210. That's how we like it. All right. So I've got to find a couple parts.
Okay.
So pardon me while I shuffle my parts.
Shuffle your parts. We're looking for the Z bearing blocks, I would imagine. Because that's the next step. Look at that.
Now I'm just gonna shuffle ahead just a minute here. Because we have to do the heat set inserts on these parts. And then looks like we scroll through and we find some heat set inserts on a few more parts. Might as well do a bunch of inserts at once.
Yeah, once the iron's heated up, you might as well make use of it wherever you need to.
I'm sorry, are you saying we should strike while the iron's hot?
Oh! The parts are plastic and the soldering iron is delicate. I wouldn't suggest striking it. This guy with the jokes today. reminds me of a commercial I saw on the television the other night. They were making fun of guys not being manly enough, I guess, and one of the illustrations they had was a dude stepping on Legos. And I went off on it. At the end, I said something along the lines of, "Dude, I hope you step on a Lego yourself. Don't give me that." All the parts.
I've just rolled 10 pages forward, and these are the printed parts that need some heat set inserts. So
I will say, I much prefer the square nuts.
Square nuts are delightful.
Even the hex nuts in some of the bear kits and whatnot. This heat set thing just doesn't appeal to me.
Okay, time out. I was watching Nero building his V0.1 yesterday. I popped in periodically. And also when I did the unboxing, I watched the information about that. Because again, as an LDO product, I like LDO. I'm going to watch it. Jason, again, goes back to this, how awesome is this? Instead of just including the kit and saying, here's all the parts, here's all the pieces, have fun, he says, here's all the parts, here's all the pieces, and oh, here's a tool to make your life so much easier. He's included a tip for your soldering iron for setting heat set inserts. So it's got the right shoulder to it.
That brass one?
It's like 99 cents probably for him or something cheap, like noodles, right? But man, how awesome is that? And then so you could just sit there and just be like, boop.
The only comment I've got on that, having used soldering irons for my entire life, there are so many different tips. I wonder which irons it fits.
I don't know.
I know,
but at the very least,
it's not even it's not a complaint. It's just a question. Because at the very least, you take that and you just hold it in a pair of pliers or something. Put your nut on there, heat it up with your torch, push it in. You're done.
That's what I was just about to say. Even if you don't have the right soldering iron or you don't have a soldering iron, you could make do with a torch, just a basic.
And having a tool to do it with is just a so basic much torch. Better. Yeah.
And just having the tool, and I mean. Jason. All right, back to business. So we're going to start with the blocks here. So there's that block and this block. So I need 2 here.
Now, you tried this the other day as well. Are you sure you want to keep trying to line them up before you push them in?
I just set them in there.
They keep rolling off to Narnia.
I found a couple. They came out of Narnia. Came through a hobbit hole. Oh, yeah. Like a professionale. You know, just for you, Bob, just for you.
Looking out for that future Jordan guy, having less to clean up later.
Nuts to that guy. He's got his own problems to deal with. And I don't realistically see a problem with stepping on Lego.
Okay. You have a plastic foot.
It's true.
But you know what I mean. The only people who complain about people stepping on Legos is people who haven't stepped on Legos.
I gotta tell you, stepping on Lego, not fun.
At all.
No.
It's like stub your toe bad.
The best part, though, is I get to tell my kids, hey, clean up the Lego, or when I come through and I step on it, Daddy's breaking it because the robot foot don't care.
Here's the problem. All of the Legos in this house are mine.
That's fair, Bob. All right, we're going to skip some steps here. I'll come back up.
Pretty sure you're going to want to do that to the other one, too.
I did the second one. I'm
The 2 and the
flying
3?
right now. The 2 and the 3 did them. We're flying on the heat set inserts right now.
WFO. Morning.
How goes?
Because it is 10 a.m.
In the East, in the Pacific Standard Time.
Y'all be crazy.
It's like a perfectly respectable afternoon for Viking.
Thaneth is such a good little helper.
Thaneth is the best little helper. What's he doing this time?
Announcing a Twitter feed for you. Your Ko-Fi link got used.
Oh, hang on. One moment, please. There we go. Okay. 2 little inserts in this little guy.
You know,
this seems like a silly part, to be honest with you. I don't know what it does yet, but it's just a little tiny tab with 2 heat set inserts in it.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know about that.
I'm going to say a thing.
Okay.
We got 10 people watching us.
10 people. Thank you.
On a Murph weekend.
It is Murph weekend, yes.
Thank you all.
Also, thanks for staying
your time
the
in
distance.
here to watching us. Because I'm sure there's various folks over there doing things, and these guys are watching us.
Mm-hmm. And even if you've got me on mute, you're just playing me in the background. Thank you. Thank you. Non-fam. Haven't seen you in a while.
Does your wife teach the kids that?
They ask questions about sign language, yeah. Though she does know ASL, she does it. They do a different sign language,
and
it's called C. So, long story short, a sign language is actually created by speaking people for hearing people. Sorry, not speaking people. My apologies. For hearing people. Like by hearing people for deaf people.
Yeah.
And
not
as we know,
ideal.
That doesn't always work.
Yeah. It's the people affected need to make the thing.
Yes. It has also got, from my understanding, some French roots to it.
Okay.
Which can cause, with just what that means is then the cadence gets a little bit off. Whereas C is developed by hearing and visually impaired people.
So here's my only issue with that, and it's a minor one because it's the same issue that speaking people have with languages. Which one becomes the standard?
I think it just depends on your environment and what you're going to be exposed to. And
yeah, like I said, it's the same problem that speaking people have with languages. Matt from Jake from State Farm. Good morning.
Yeah. Good afternoon. Matt is in the currently rainy state of New York.
I understand, but I'm still working on my second cup of coffee, so it's morning.
So first. I put it in the insulated mug today because I knew. I knew. I will tell you this, though, Bob. So since our last stream, we've got a lot of feedback from people saying they really liked the fact that there was two of us here.
We've discussed this before. It's just our personal opinion. It allows one guy to keep an eye on the chat and the other guy to focus on the build and still have conversations so the dead time isn't so much and it's not a whole thing.
Yeah, that latency is a problem when it comes to trying to chat.
Yeah. We say something and it takes 30 seconds for chat to hear it.
Yeah, or more sometimes. Okay, let's keep rolling on the parts here. Okay, so it looks like this one's next. So I need to put a heat set insert in the...
Matt says he's on Long Island. It's not rainy, just cloudy.
Good.
I hear they've got some nice iced tea out there.
I hear that too. It was like thunderstorms here, so.
Yeah, it's surface of the sun hot here.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on with that. I mean, I know
too. I watch the news.
I understand climate change. I can see its effects.
There's a weird pressure thing going on right now that's causing it.
So for anyone who missed it last time, because not everybody watches the same streams twice, what I like to do with my heat set inserts, I set the iron to, this is ABS, set to like 210. I don't want to sit here forever and ever and ever waiting for it to heat up, but I also don't want it to be a molten puddle when I smush it in. And then I push it in, slow and steady, even pressure, kind of give it a little wiggle here and there depending on how it's going. And it just kind of seats around the barbs on the heat set insert. And then when I've got it down where I like it, and if it looks a little up, I just rub it with the back of this little pair of tweezers. Something flat, something metal that you're not going to burn yourself with. And then you can just make sure that it's flush to the surface.
And if I recall correctly, for most of the design parts on this, the way they've set the heat set inserts, you're not going to run into an issue of pulling them out.
They are supposed to be used for pulling through. Generally speaking, the point of it isn't to attach to the heat set insert, but to attach from the other side.
Yeah.
In most cases. There are cases where this will get attached to the front.
Yeah.
But it's usually a low tension kind of thing. Oh, some M3 nuts. M3 nuts go in these holes. Well, that's delightful.
So Thaneth has asked, how's the lunchbox? Have you had time to try it yet?
I've played with the vacuum on it because I'm a child and I have to play with things, but I haven't gotten a chance to use it yet, only because I didn't want to open the TPU yet. I didn't necessarily have anything to print. I guess I could print the feet for this thing now that I have black TPU.
So the lunchbox that Thaneth is talking about is from Sparta. When you buy the TPU, because it's notoriously known for absorbing moisture, they provide a container for the filament to go in after you've opened it. That is a relatively easy squeeze out most of the air and let the plastic create a vacuum inside enclosure. So,
which you can use to store more than just your TPU.
Correct. So You order your TPU, you get the box. You can also order the boxes directly from the site if you've got existing filament you want to put it in. But it's a great little storage option for these things, for the filaments that are highly susceptible to moisture.
Mm-hmm. Now that that's done, I can turn off the iron because that's it for now. Put it off to the side, and what I'll do is I'll switch to this ugly one.
Multicam.
So this is the fill tank. Okay, this is the lunchbox we're talking about. And it's got a little flapper, some nice, robust clip guys, and a lid with a good looking seal. And all you do is just clip it in, push that down, and then you just
squeeze, and you're good.
Now the air's sucked out of it, and no air is getting in until you open it up.
Thank you, Thaneth, for the link to that.
The fact that this comes with the filament, okay, worth it. Worth every penny to buy the filament that way for the TPU, right? Because your roll's not going to last forever. This box ain't breaking anytime soon. So you're going to have the box after you're done with it.
And if your roll does last forever, well, you should print more.
Mark's heading out. Management's looking for him. Have fun, Mark. Say hi to the wife and the kids. And Ben's back.
Ben is
Great.
back.
And Matt, I also am waiting for mine. I paid my deposit for the shipping. I got lucky. There's been some shipping woes with that one. We're not going to get too far into it because it is a spicy topic. But
yep,
there are some international backers who have gotten what I would consider outrageous shipping prices. And I don't know where the blame lays in that, because as we know, international shipping has gone through the roof.
I've got a different opinion, being domestic to them and saying that knowing shipping costs, the move they more than just knowing shipping costs, the move they pulled of at the end of the thing, hey, if you want your stuff, it's going to be an extra $20 for freight. Kind of a dick move.
Mm-hmm. And then by the way, you have to pay that through a special payments page where you can buy more of our stuff if you want.
Yeah.
Matt, you know what? You should blame Canada. Back to.
And Jay, I have a lot of filament samples, so I'm printing gnomes.
That somehow, some way, somewhere will find their way to Thanos because it's his fault.
It is in fact Thaneth's fault.
All right, let's put that there. Okay. Oh, I actually even have it in the right orientation to the manual. Look at me. M3 by 30. One thing I do appreciate about this SwitchWire build over the others, and I think this is where Voron could stand to use a little organizing in some of it. There isn't 17 billion different screws.
Nice.
You're generally using a lot of the same kind of screws for some of this stuff. The other printers tend to use a lot of different screw types.
Now, from a manufacturing standpoint, every kit is the same this way that I've seen. Here's a bag of your M3 by 18s and your M3 by 10s and your whatever is all the way through. You got all these little baggies of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I was just thinking about it when you were saying that. It would be nice if there was just a little organizer that all those things came in with your kit. I get why it's not a thing.
I thought you were gonna say, like our good friends over at the Prusa, where it actually had instead of it just being a big bag of all the parts.
Yeah, it's the bags that you need for that. Yeah, that is kind of nice.
Super nice. Because at the end of the step, if you look on the table, you got extra screws.
Go back and double check.
Yeah.
I see both of those as valid because of manufacturing. You got to crank out as many of these things as you can.
It all depends on where and how and what.
They're both valid. Mine is very nitpicky because I want just a little tray of parts, and I want to go get the part that I need. And
yeah, see, that's one of those things that I think would change the kit from being good to excellent. It's at a 4.5. How do we get it to a 5? Oh, let's put it in a little organizer.
And it's completely because of my own OCD. I get it.
Yeah. Now, let me tell you a little secret, Bob, because you haven't really done too much ordering from Sparta, so you don't know this one. But those of us who have, there is often a free tool of some kind included in the orders. He's ran out because we ordered a lot because we're greedy little people. But there's stuff like a good pair of tweezers.
Mm-hmm.
He sells these little parts organizers, little parts bins. That's something that it gets included sometimes. You make an order. It doesn't always have to be a high value order or anything like that. It just sometimes happens. That's cool. Little screwdrivers and all kinds of things. Hey, I know. How are you, Uncle Hino?
I hope you're having a good day, Hino.
I hope he is too.
WFO, anodized screw kits for the bears.
Oh, that would be
okay.
That's a little much.
Well, I see the point. As long as we get all of the brackets done as well. Because currently with the US bear kits, I know that the European ones are slightly different.
They're black brackets still.
The plates and the 90 brackets are still black, and so is the hardware.
Now, here's one, and I know this is insane, but I wish it could happen. I would like a rainbow anodized frame from front to back. Not like purple color here and blue here, but like an actual gradual rainbow. When you get like heat treat anodized and like titanium stuff like that, and it gets like that. That would be amazing.
That would be amazing.
Cost 5 times the worth of the printer.
Yes.
Yeah. But I'm still gonna say it would be fun. All right, step number 50.
Step number 50.
50. Lightly tighten the M5 by 40 screws and align the x-axis horizontally by moving it all the way to the top. Hold the x-axis against the stoppers and fully tighten the screws.
I'm going to need about 350.
Move the x-axis up and down and check for binding. Okay, I can do that. That also tells me that I'm going to need some 30-30 T-nuts for, you know what? Poopsie doopsies.
Yeah, there's a bracket in the way in there. Yep.
Yeah, but that's okay, because what I can do, and this is only because I just like these better.
Mm-hmm.
What I'm going to do is I'm going to go, boop.
Pull off one side, drop in 4 and put it back.
Drop in 4, put it back, and be done with it. Because these slide-in ones are way better. Especially for something like this where it arguably could be a 2-person job.
Mm-hmm. Jason retweeted your tweet about prepping for the build.
Yeah, I love Jason.
Getting the love from Jason. Jason's such a good dude.
Such a good dude. Did you see the gold frame for that V0.1 kit that Nero had?
I did not.
Gold.
I have seen the gold extrusions from. It's something.
Gold extrusions, Bob. All right, This is going to be a thing, and my fat head might get in the way. So
what color would you pair with gold?
I'm not going to lie. I would find a red. I would find
gold and red.
A hot rod red.
You'd Iron Man it up.
I would.
Oh.
And now I know from the chat in the stream, Nero had said that was a suggestion Jason had made of Iron Manning it up. And
how do you think that would look with the Carmine?
Yeah, that's a good one. And now Nero said that it would make sense to Iron Man it up if it was a red extrusion with golden parts, and that does make sense too.
Yes and no. It's really tough to get the gold printed parts to be a good gold.
Yes and no. It depends on the gold you're using, right? Like,
yeah. But finding a good gold is, I guess, the problem.
Yeah, I know. See, I would probably use Prusament. The gold glitter.
Yeah, I think that's all PLA.
Nope, there's a Petchy.
Okay.
Okay, come on, you.
Jarrett says he did Stellar Blue. Well, two things. That sounds like it would be a good combination as well. And hi, Jarrett.
Hello.
WFO says chrome. Chrome and gold, I don't know. Maybe.
Yeah, but you're not going to find a good chrome filament.
No, a nice silver. A nice silver could be good.
Yeah, I think
unfortunately you ruined it with the Iron Manning it up.
I would have to. Like I would have to. Oh, this is interesting.
You know,
okay.
Regardless of color preference, because I'm not really a big fan of some of the colors that are available. But looking at these extrusions when they're anodized, there isn't a bad choice. They're all good choices.
And then laser etched. Come on. Once you laser etch it, it just takes it to a whole new level.
Yeah.
And the fact that Taylor has managed to make it so that the pattern actually wraps
around the extrusion.
The whole extrusion. And doesn't go into the grooves, or does if you want it. There's been some words of profanity.
And that's what I'm saying. That when he started out, we didn't have the wrapping, and he wasn't paying attention to the grooves as much. But he just keeps thinking about these things like most of us tinkerers do, and making the process better.
Yes.
And Thaneth with the link. Thank you very much, Thaneth.
This is why we love our Thaneth. Okay, so I'm going to just...
The stainless rails pair well with the gold frame. I see that could be a thing.
So I think if you were to do it where instead of doing like primary and secondary colors and stuff like that, if you did a gold frame with like carmine red or a really bright hot rod red, obviously work great, or a darker red, and then some black accents with the stainless rails, the gold frame, a lot of red printed parts, a little bit of black printed parts, and some white LEDs for the eyes, you'd have a figure out some way of making a little arc reactor.
I have a out of the box idea.
Banana.
Banhammer. For the gold, because it is a lot of gold, what if there was a way to maybe get just the top hat extrusions in red?
Mm-hmm.
Mix it up a bit.
So,
or since we're talking about the V0 for that, the panels that you use for the back, maybe there'd be a way to get those in a red.
You know, you can. Our buddy Mr. David Randolph sells the panels in colored material.
Really?
Yeah.
I was not aware of that.
And he has a red. Now it's a very bright red. It's very primary color. It's very primary color red.
Yeah.
Okay, so
How
goes up
is that?
and down. Yes, ACM panels. Now it doesn't drop on its own.
Okay.
Which is a good thing because, okay, it's a myth. Okay, that a linear rail, when tipped on its side, is supposed to go whee right to the moon. There should be a little bit of resistance. I'm trying to figure out if I have too much resistance.
Jordan.
Yes.
Your favorite Greek person's here.
Hey, Papa Foden. I don't even have to ask. Man, I wish I remembered some of my Greek from the old days. It's very hard to see, but there's a big giant thing back here.
Mm-hmm.
Back here, big giant thing that I haven't shown anybody.
Oh, sneak peek. Look at that.
Thing. That thing's crazy. This was like a day and a half, 2 days almost to print.
And it just fits in.
Just fits in. And it's just crazy good. And it's got some sweet details.
Mm-hmm.
The teeth, the tongue. I got to get some screen time with Prusa Slicer with the painting feature now.
Yeah.
And I gotta play with that. I gotta do it. Oh, Ben, did I get any chance? No, I didn't get a chance to play with the logo yet, Ben.
Jay wants to know what printer that was printed on.
That was printed on my BC3D Customs Supercube. It is a Core XY duet controlled BMG E3DL metal hot end that I've turned into a reverse Bowden using some limited edition red cap tubes from our main man, Mr. Pooch at Repcord. And I like it. It's a very good printer.
But yeah, that slicer painting is I really want him to get it to a point where I don't have to compile it myself.
Mm-hmm.
Because that's my hang up.
Okay.
But the things we'll be able to do with it once we get there.
This is happy, right?
Okay.
But it is not tightened up.
Correct.
As I tighten it up, it
becomes unhappy.
Becomes unhappy. Just those two Like I'm not even reefing it down, just a little bit of snugging in it. So, what is causing that?
Well, and what do our destructions have to say about that? Lightly tighten. Lightly tighten by moving it all the way to the... hold the excess against the stoppers to fully tighten the screws. Move it up and down and check for binding. They're saying to tighten it at the top.
Which I just did. See how loosening one screw makes the whole thing... Okay, that's one screw that's tight, and it... All right, let's try this.
Hello, Fotis.
Okay, I think I see what's happening.
That makes one of us.
Okay, so what is occurring here? Oh, you can't see. So I think what's happening is as I tighten it, it's twisting in just a little bit and putting a little bit of undue pressure on the pillow blocks.
Okay.
So, I mean, if I leave it loose, she's good. All right, let me take a look here. Let me see. Because maybe it might also be yeah, let's do that. It might also be these the T-nuts that I used.
Okay.
They might not have enough shoulder sticking out of the groove. So I'm just going to check real quick. Do a little comparison. There's the problem right there.
Oh, no.
Yeah, that's okay. Well, I say there's the problem. I hope there's the problem, because that's what we're going with as the problem. Because these kind of T-nuts work really good when you've got a part that has that groove modeled into it.
Mm-hmm.
I think what's happening is they sit, I don't know if I can
a little bit
capture this. They're sitting just a little bit low.
There you go.
In the track.
Yeah.
Whereas his steamy counterpart
sits a little bit higher.
When snugged up with a screw, sits just a bit higher. You're going to have to take my word on it.
Fotis approves of the color.
Yeah, I love this purple, man. This stuff's so good. So like these end pieces have a groove in them, so they're meeting the T-nut better. All right, once more with feeling. Dun, dun.
What do we all think about the dragonfly? I think that they're bugs. They get about this big out here.
I think they're good. I have them in a few different printers. I think it's a really good design, and I'm glad that it went the way it did, because the first iterations of the Fetus products, in my opinion, which is not very meaningful, stepped on some toes of our friends over at Slice. And then the later versions and then stuff they're putting out now does not, in that case. So I think that is a good thing.
Lightly tighten.
Yeah, I'm just trying to get it centered.
Mm-hmm.
So what I'm going to do is I'm going to do it the old school. Tighten a little bit here, tighten a little bit there.
Using BMS in both V1, V0s. BMS.
That's the groove mount style.
Okay.
For it.
Could some of the binding that you're noticing there be caused by the fact that you're on two rails and you're not able to move them perfectly equally?
That might be the case. So the thing is it's up the top here.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and I'm just doing a little snuggying. I wouldn't say that it's, and it could be because I can get a little bit of shift, and maybe that's what I don't know, but it doesn't instant drop right to the table.
Which is not a bad thing, like we talked about.
I don't know. I don't know if that's the thing or not. Oh, sorry. BMS is the Creality style. BMO is the groove mount style. Yes.
I've never owned a Creality product. They're mounting the hot end through the side.
So the heatsink is a square. I have it on the printer, so I can't. Oh,
that's fine.
I have an extra. Hang on. I have an extra. So they mount it through the holes, and then there's some spacers to keep it off the back plane.
Mm-hmm.
But I forgot I had that extra. I got one from our good friend Jason one time when he was first getting into them. And then I won one. So I put one of them on a machine, and the other one I did not. I would love to put that thing on a belt printer, though. A CR30. Okay, so as soon as I loosen the screws, it drops right down. I can see what's happening here is as I tighten the screw, it's pulling this plastic part, and that's what's binding the. Because I just bound up the rail by tightening up one. So it's doing is it's pulling this rail inward.
There's a couple of screws on, oh, there's 4 of them, holding that plastic part to the carriage.
Yeah.
Just wondering if there's a combination of things that can be adjusted.
Yeah, let's see. Let's try doing this. Let's loosen these 4. This is difficult to do. All right. Mm-hmm. Okay. The big ones straight through are tight now.
Mm-hmm. And we're still moving freely.
Yeah. So now what we're going to do is we're just going to
adjust those ones and see what happens. Damn.
It's amazing. How this plastic part is just putting that much torque.
So as you tighten those plastic parts, are they cupping in or out?
They are going like this.
So is there a way to put a little bit of tension on it the other way as you tighten those back screws to prevent that along that X rail?
Well, I wonder. This is it's literally as soon as I loosen that screw up. I almost wonder if these shouldn't be tightened all the way down.
Well, it says to fully tighten the screws.
And fully tighten the screws. Because as soon as you fully tighten them.
So I'm wondering if you need to manually counteract that twist as you're doing it to prevent it.
I don't
know that that's possible.
I don't see how I can, yeah.
Other than pushing on the part in the opposite direction. You know, secure that one, and then, yeah, I don't know. Just thoughts.
Tighten up one of them. That's... Okay, I'm going to fully tighten the inner one first.
Okay.
Because that's the one closest to the bearing block, so it shouldn't be putting any kind of pull. Then the outer one, yeah, that's the whole problem, is that outer one. This is a giant pain in my butt.
Well, you know how it goes. You can't have a smooth build stream.
No, clearly not. Once it's loosened, they settle out fine. Everything's happy.
Maybe later I'll go looking for some nice Ren and Stimpy models to print.
Okay, so that's not a problem.
Okay.
I was just checking to see if the upper
Frame was
rail,
tweaked.
Yeah, if the frame was
skewed
a bit here. Which does not appear to be the case.
Jay says he appreciates seeing the issues and how you work through them.
Like, it's not like it's not moving.
Really?
You know what?
I think you're in a good spot, but are the screws tight?
Yeah, everything's tight. I don't,
Stop
and I
and-
expect to, once it
Stop
has...
and move on.
Okay, let's put an extruder on it. Okay. Yeah. See, once I put an extruder on there. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So, for anyone who doesn't know, that's an LGX on a Mutant V2 mount. More on that in coming days. But once I put an extruder on there, there's literally...
It's just going to fall.
Yeah. So I think I'm good.
Okay.
Oh, God. Because they do this fancy thing with something called a key back.
Mm-hmm.
I assume it's to get your keys back.
I would call it a retractable lanyard.
Sure. You can be wrong.
I can.
Mm-hmm. All right. Moving on. Coffee sip.
Page 54.
Oh, you're just jumping along there. All right. M2 by 10 self-tapping screw.
Well, it's easy because you're doing all the work.
Yeah. All right. Where is my CAD model? CAD model. I don't have my CAD model. So what I need to figure out is there enough access to this switch later on in life that I don't have to solder parts on it now?
Yeah.
Because that's like my least favorite thing. Also, camera building, seeing me twice. Come on. Nobody wants that. Nobody needs extra me.
Oh, it worked when we were dealing with the top of the frame.
SwitchWire, purple, and sparkle. Dennis, thank you for the link. Always just Johnny on the spot, that one. Okay, I can 100% remove this switch after
Later
the
on.
fact.
Yeah.
Yeah, it can come out 100% later.
Good.
So good. So let's find our parts. Looks like I want this one, this.
Thinking about ordering a new label maker.
Is that what you're doing? Label making.
You can't make gnomes without labeling them.
Oh. I guess.
It's a rule.
Yeah.
It's a rule. I mean, it's a completely made up rule that I made, but it's a rule.
Hey, the rules are made up and the points don't matter.
This is Whose Line Rules. Yes.
So yeah, I can, although not going to be a simple operation to remove, I can remove it later. Clicky, clicky. Okay, M3
So
nuts.
What is that piece?
That is part of the carriage.
Yeah, it's the X carriage. I'm looking at this. Maybe it's a belt holder?
So here's the funny thing. Remember I said I bought this kit from the hardware kit from Lector?
Yeah.
Okay, so it says I need M3 nuts. And I'm all excited because finally we're getting some M3 nuts. There's three M3 nuts. That's it. That's all that's in the bag because that's all you need for this whole build. 4 M3 nuts. Nobody loves.
I will say I've ordered hardware from Lector. I like it.
It's greasy.
A little bit, but the bags are all nicely labeled. You get exactly the parts you think you're getting.
That's right. Oh, those nuts could have been tighter. Three by 30. Well, housekeeping here.
Housekeeping.
M3 by 30. Or 3 by 40. My bad. Oh, I need some M3 by 16s in there too. Interesting.
2 16s, 3 40s, 2 12s.
Oh, wow. There is a whole lot of parts going on here at once. Okay.
Hello, local maker. We are building away.
Local maker me. Michigan?
Maybe?
No, maybe is not with an I. It's a Y.
Not the way you spell it.
Not the way I spell it. Oh, God.
Yeah, Michigan.
Nice. I may be Canadian, but I know a few things. Put those over there. Now this, I need this part. Where does this part go?
Contrary to the entertainment figures that y'all send us, some Canadians are intelligent.
Meow. Okay, so here's an example of that. Yeah, we've got a threaded insert and a screw, and it's going to be pulling
through the part.
Yeah, which is the 100% proper way of doing a threaded insert. Now, I don't think I have to tighten these down very far because...
Well, if those parts are going to be holding the belt, then you really can't until you get a belt in there.
Correct. I also can't be flipping this thing upside down to do much because the nut pockets are not very tight.
Well then.
There we go. Those are in. Now it appears that these two parts go together.
With the M3x40s.
Mm-hmm.
And it looks like the 12s on the back you leave loose. It says to leave them loose, but it doesn't say which ones to leave loose.
I'm going to go out on a limb and assume it's the 12s.
Yeah. Vincent, does a SwitchWire have MGN12 or dual MGN9 like the 2.4?
It's just a single Y rail.
But it is dual Z.
Dual Z, single X. And if I'm not mistaken, they're all MGN9s. Sevens. Okay. Oh, that's going to bother me.
Uh-oh.
I'm not. I have a little bit of racking in my part.
Okay.
Nothing structural, just aesthetics.
Anything a razor knife wouldn't fix?
No, just loosening it and shifting the printed parts will be all I need to do. It's just there's no.
Yeah, Vincent. 2 Z's, 1 Y, 1 X rail.
Yeah. I've emptied the linear rail box. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay.
I think you counted the X twice.
1, 2, 3, 4. 4. I'm stupid. Speaking of which, I gotta go back and put those in. So then these go in. Oh, those are just into printed.
Mm-hmm.
I don't like that at all. Time for the wow stick.
Wow.
With plenty of torque requirement.
Well, so I've heard some complaints about them not having much torque, and my personal opinion on that, because of what we're using them for, you don't want a lot of torque.
Oh,
and
no, especially on a printed part.
When the thing with these wow sticks is, when the motor stops, that's okay. You can still manually turn it just fine for a bit.
Mm-hmm. And also, you don't have to hold it in any particular orientation. Yeah. You can hold it like this. You can hold it like a screwdriver and just use your thumb. You can just use your finger and keep your thumb off of it. Like, it all depends on how you want to do it. But
I like that it's not too much torque. Yeah.
Oh, I love torque. Don't get me wrong.
But not for this stuff.
I think, Nero used that line yesterday of nature's Loctite of cross-threading.
Mm-hmm.
And it's true. You could easily.
Yeah.
Llama
has a CNC. He's getting into that fun. He made a beautiful clock for my wife. We put a clock movement in it, and she loves it.
All right, Bob, we are at a point.
We're at a point?
We're at a point where we have to make a decision. Okay, we are on page 56.
With cheese, that's always the decision.
Double cheese, thank you. So, here we are at a point in the planning.
I see the point that we're at.
So now, do we go with the specified Omron QMMC2 proximity sensor thing? Or do we go with a really nice, silky, silicone wired Sparta3D Pinda? We have an option of a printed part
To make up the difference.
which they call a pinion, because apparently it looks like a minion. Which
Llama, we'll come back to your question.
Which I could kind of see on that.
You can kind of see that.
Yeah, I could see that.
Well,
I'm leaning towards this.
Yeah, just to get it up and running based on the suggested guides and specs and whatnot. Because if you run into a problem, that's the way they're recommending it. They may have some resources for you.
Mm-hmm. I'm not a clipper genius.
We can always change it later once we get it figured out.
Yeah, Duff wants to watch the world burn. Duff, you are a good man.
So
I don't
Llama
know.
has,
This is where I want to. This is not the hill I want to die on. I think.
Yeah.
Of putting in the wrong thing.
Correct.
Here's my thing. All right, I gotta go. Serious camera moment first. I don't like the design of some of these parts.
Okay.
I don't like the blower fan that it uses.
Okay.
I'm not sure how I feel about the sensor that it uses.
Okay.
I know I will be changing some parts on this printer down the road.
Of course.
I'm gonna build it by the manual first, and then we'll fix it later.
Yeah.
Because I'm gonna put, there's a mod I found in the Voron community mods or mod mid, I don't know how it's, that changes it from being a small little piddly fan for the blower, for the part cooling fan, to a 5015.
Okay.
Which means I could actually print PLA properly.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah. We're going to go with the manual for now. Revisit it for later.
Well,
which means
I think that's the plan.
That's a plan. I need to use.
So,
and these are decisions that I think everybody needs to make when they're
themselves.
building a printer. How do you want to proceed? What do you want to do? What's your comfort level? Like, are you completely comfortable putting in whatever you want in the firmware?
Mm-hmm.
Are you completely comfortable following the directions as stated? No variation, no adjustment? That's up to you. But the manual does say that if you're using the recommended Omron TL QMC5, which that's what this is, use M3 by 25 screws. Wow, those screws stick out a long way. Okay, well, hey, that's what they say to use. Probably could have gotten away with 20s, but...
So, Llama raises a question.
Okay, Llama loves questions.
He says, have you ordered a truckload of filament from Printed Solid yet? My response to that is very clearly no. It took a while for Printed Solid to figure out the Canadian shipping, and in that time, we found another company. It's a company with some unique products that we like. So we order from the Spartas for now. We'll get some later.
There are some colors that Dave has that I absolutely want to get my hands on. Because you know me, I love my glitters. I love my specialties.
Yep.
For my day-to-day printing colors, I will definitely be using Sparta. And also the other brands that I have in-house already. I am 1 billion% open to the idea of Dave sending me a truckload of filament to do what I do.
Correct.
Dave.
So here's a thing. Purely my own opinion, because Jordan will take whatever filament is available that he likes the color of. There's a lot of people in the US who say, I want to buy US products. I want to buy from US sources. That's totally a legitimate frame of mind. Jordan's Canadian. Sparta's a Canadian company. It's a perfectly acceptable thing for him to support Canadian business as well.
Oh, I have to support Canadian. That's just a thing.
So
You know,
anybody who doesn't like it can just get over it.
Eat some maple syrup.
Yeah, some of your lovely bacon.
I'm looking at the pictures. Don't even start with the bacon, Bob. Let's not even go there. Those are made up
Looking
things.
at the pictures.
Looking at the pictures.
On page 57, I'm sure.
Yeah, I'm
not needing that part that's in your hand.
No, I'm needing the part that's in my hand. I'm having a moment of, did I put something together backwards here?
Well, no, you don't need that part yet. There's another part first.
No, I know, but I'm just having a moment of motor and thing. I did it right. This is the back of the printer. This is the front of the printer.
Yeah.
But this part, I expected it to go on.
Yeah, no, it goes the other way.
It goes the other way.
And it has to when you look at the belt path.
Yeah. No, I had a moment. Let me have a moment. But you're right. I need this guy
Llama,
first.
It's not in-house, but it is made for them.
Yes. It is custom ordered. We choose the color. Well, Joe chooses the color, but he asks us for input. The colors are made for Sparta3D. They are not. It is not like
it's not white label stuff.
It's not white label stuff where you just, I want a red, I want a blue, I want a green, I want a yellow.
And you buy it from 5 different places and it's the same spool. It's not that
or
kind of
you
thing.
buy, or you say to this company, you know, I'm not going to throw anyone under the bus. Hello 3D, very well-known international company. Okay, Hello 3D will make filament for anyone. You call up Hello 3D. You say, "Hey, I'm Bob. I opened my own 3D printing shop. I'd like some filament, please." They say, "Here's our catalog," and you say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Those are the ones I want, and they put your label on it, and that's that. That is white label. There is varying shades of quality within that white label idea. Calling up the company to say, "Yes, I'd like you to make filament for me," and they say, "Okay, cool. What color do you want?" And you say, "I want Pantone 000445," and they say, "Okay." And they make that for you.
Yeah. With however many grams of glitter per whatever.
With whatever. Per whatever. Okay, so this goes upside downsies like that. Okay, so I didn't do it wrong. Okay, I just don't like that. Good.
No?
This is, so this part has heat set inserts on it.
Mm-hmm.
But that is the back of the part. It's up against a bearing block, so we know that there's no way that it's going to be pulling.
Yeah.
They could have just put them on the backside.
Yeah.
Orientations matter. So this looks to be some sort of adapter majiggy.
Jake wants a whole 8 ball of glitter.
Well, if you do live in Long Island, that's probably possible to get, but it might be white. Oh, get back here, you.
Hey, that rail works. Seems to work pretty well, too.
Okay.
I think that because you're not really pulling directly out of that part, but more, it's going to have, the tension it's going to have is going to be more of a twisting motion. It'll probably be fine.
I think it'll be fine. I mean, again, the other thing here is these, people have made a bunch of these kinds of printers, right?
Mm-hmm.
Vorons are very popular. Vorons are very, sought after by some, and people put them through their paces. These are only my own personal proclivities and comments.
Matt from Jake Farm.
Matt from Jake Farm.
You can claim to be a good boy all you want. Twitter says otherwise.
Twitter does say otherwise for you. I'm a good boy. No, you ain't. Nuh-uh, homebro. Yeah, I'm pretty sure Facebook doesn't a fan of him either.
I couldn't remember which platform it was.
All of them?
Probably.
Okay, so this. Oh, I like this. Okay, so this block.
Yep.
Sticks out. This has
but
a nice
recesses
little,
in there.
And so it has a really positive
grab.
Like, there's no twisting.
The screws aren't so much for mounting as they are for
securing.
Yeah.
It's the screwing force is just to hold it in place. The actual recess and everything does it all. I still would prefer to have the thing come on the other side. It's totally possible to do on that part. Like, it wouldn't be difficult.
No, it wouldn't.
You might just need a bit of a longer screw, but there we go. Now, in a previous step, it did talk about cutting these wires at like 117. No.
Yeah, don't cut things until...
I might be able to run that whole wire straight back and not have to cut it at all.
There is something to be said for trimming wires to make a nice wire bundle.
Mm-hmm.
But you don't know that until you get to that stage.
Right. Belt path.
That picture needs to be larger.
Well, if you go down to page 60, there is some better detail about what you're expecting to see here.
2 belts?
2 belts. All right. I guess it's belt time.
Well, some of us guys are on the larger side and we need our belts.
Yeah. Now then, I need to look at the pictures to see how to route this.
Page 60 shows the rear belt and 61 shows the front belt.
Mm-hmm. All right. Yeah. I think there's a question in the chat. What do we got? First SwitchWire build. Yeah, first SwitchWire build. Definitely not my first printer build. I have a Bear over there, 2 Prusas, big Chiron mini things, Prusas, mother. This big boy. Okay, this is a printer here full of junk. Ignore this. This, however, is an Anycubic Predator. It is probably one of the largest deltas that was commercially available, short of something from Simi CNC. And this is a 380 by 450 millimeter delta. You can easily exchange these profiles for something taller, and you can print a full Ginormosaurus. I don't know if you know Willow Creative on Twitter, but she also has a Predator, and she has done the Ginormosaurus modification.
And if you don't know her on Twitter, go look at some of her crap, because damn.
Yeah, she's got skills, man. Okay.
And Llama, you're wrong. We're just going to go with that.
I don't even have to know why. We just know. All right, so this says, looking at the pictures here, it looks like I'm going to start with the belt that's closest to me.
Yeah, the rear one.
Is that the rear one? Okay.
You're going to hook it into that.
So it's going to go like this. It's going to go through this hole in the jig. Okay, because why not make this difficult to do? Okay, and it's going to be teeth up because of the fact that
Fanith, man, on it.
Fanith, don't forget to splash up the coffee page every now and then.
Got the link to the Willow's Twitter and.
I dropped the belt. Oh god. Oh, what happened?
Well, you had to, because now you got to feed it through all those.
Oh god, this is what happens when you're dealing with a meter of belt at once.
But you need that too, because you don't know how long it's going to have to be.
This goes through here.
And across the other side, down, across that backside of that idler and into that printed part again.
Oh, did I twist it? Nah, I twisted it.
And WFO wants to know what's your best quality printer?
My current best quality printer would be the Prusa MK3. However, my Mini is catching up. It's getting better. I think the Mini works better after it settles in a little. Oh, I gotta feed this. So the Mini, once it settles in, does better. This big boy right here, the Super Cube, does really nice too. It's what did the Spawn prints, and even the smaller stuff works good on it. It's not just for big prints. But yeah, the MK3 just can't be. And by extension, my Bear does very well as well. Not as good as the MK3. Whoa.
So the Bear was self-sourced or donor printer?
Bear was self-sourced, and that's why.
You need to go under the other pulley.
Oh yeah, no, I got to do the other side still. So I got to see. So this one has to go under the back pulley. Under there, through there, and all the way to Grandma's house.
And there you go.
And there she bees. Let's
give yourself a little bit of slack.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. This tastes terrible.
It does. I don't recommend chewing on belt rubber. Although I've seen worse.
Okay, so I don't know if you can tell because of the camera angle, but I have I'm touching the rail.
You've got a good inch of extra.
Yeah. So now we go with the next length of belt, and hopefully this is long enough.
And do it the other way.
So now I have to still anchor into this. Oh, this is difficult. Nailed it. Snug that up.
First try.
So the thing is it's got where that purple part with the grooves in it was to this blue one. There's obviously there's a slot, but there's a screw right through the middle of that grabber. Yeah. So if you don't line it up, you're not getting it through. Okay. So now this is going to come around
that pulley
through the pulley.
Yep. The front one.
Oh no, I think I messed up.
No, you're fine.
Oh, through the front one and up.
Yeah.
Got it. Yes. Through the top one, front one up, through meow.
And then across. Yeah. Yeah, make sure we don't have a twist here.
Yeah, that's why we always. Okay, that's good. Then this, we're standing up now.
Yeah.
Two legs.
Turn it around.
Approved. No, 2 legs. We're doing it. Stand
Okay.
up.
Now you need to go down around the motor.
Okay, down around the motor. And
then back up through that pulley.
Right on the butt of that pulley.
And then over into your anchor point.
Right, and then this goes on the bottom one, right?
In the front one.
In the front of the bottom.
Bottom.
There is a little bit of a height difference between the front one and the back one. So in this situation, this one is higher than this one down here.
Okay, on the X ends, sure.
There is a herd of stampeding animals upstairs.
You know,
they must have got the cake.
It's what happens when you have kids.
Yep.
Although some people enjoy the experience, I'm not one of them.
Yeah. Okay.
Thanith has given us a plug for Tiffy's lemonade stand.
Thank you.
Some nice little 3D printed earrings from some nice people.
But they're doing laser stuff now.
They are.
And the laser stuff is.
Yeah, they're stretching out into some different things.
Mm-hmm.
It's nice.
Laser cut earring stands as well are something we saw.
I think they come with the earrings now.
There's a laser cut holder for the earrings.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so I don't see anything to do with tensioning at this point in the game here.
Nope, now we're up to counterweight mount.
Right, so I have no tension on these belts or these motor mounts here. They're just.
I think that's probably a good thing until you get to that stage.
What I am going to do, though, is I'm just going to snug up this belt holder and trim this belt.
Get a little bit of that mile of extra off.
So one package. No, sorry, not 1 meter. About 3. Oh, this was I wrote on it 3.2. So 3 meters of belt. You need a lot of belt for this printer.
3 meters of belt.
I think so, yeah, because these are
just for the XZ motion.
Well, so that's 40 centimeters. So 40, there's 80. There's another 80, that's 160 centimeters. And from side to side, you're 35. So 35 and 35 is 70.
Mm-hmm.
So 160 and 70.
And another 70 for the x-axis.
And then close to another 70 to get it down here.
Yeah. Wow.
And yes, for the Americans, that is 16 inches on either side. And then you go across and you're looking at another 14 inches.
That's a lot.
2. But again, you got to remember, this is basically a Core XY, where instead of the printer printing like my finger's pointing, it prints this way.
Sure, but that's what makes me not concerned. I question the logic of something that uses that much belt, whether it's in that orientation or the other.
I've seen some people doing some work where the belt comes up the top and back down and back down. And yes, Llama, you're right. It's Core XZ, but it's Core XY turned sideways. Easy for my brain. The that stuff seems interesting because now you're just using the belt as a
screw.
As a screw. That seems like a cool idea. All right. So we've routed some belt. We have not tensioned any belt because it doesn't tell me how to do that. So we're just going to let it be. Now it says we need our keychain.
Yep.
All right. And it says here, the key back will violently retract if you lose the grip of the end piece. Wear eye protection or a face shield until it's securely mounted. Duly noted. It looks like there's
I'm going to go ahead and not do that because I have the internet between us.
Do you, though?
Until somebody teaches me how to use the portal, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So I need this part. And the thing... Do I have to take off this back clip, too, I guess? I guess
it sure
I do.
Looks like it. Looks like it would be in the way.
Sure does. How does that come off?
Usually there's a screw in the middle.
The pod to screw. You know, this would be a step that I would appreciate being in the damn manual.
At least a footnote.
Okay.
Did you, by chance, buy a spare?
No. These things are $25 a piece.
Holy!
There looks to be...
You got the industrial janitor grade key back.
That's what it has to be, yeah.
Holy shnikes.
It looks to be that there's a plastic rivet kind of thing.
Okay. Watch your finger.
Yeah. Also, this keyback is brought to you by Tiffy's Lemonade Stand.
Nice.
Based on their generous donation, I was able to purchase a $25 retracting thing, amongst other parts. Okay, that seems like it's more free. This is a terrible camera angle, by the way. But unfortunately, I need to be able to see this more than you do.
Correct.
And it looks like... There she goes. Okay. So inside here, there is a little hole that's sat down over top of a little plastic nibbin. So I shaved off the little plastic nibbin so that it was flush with the metal. And then I just got a screwdriver in there and popped it up over top of the nibbin. And then I was able to slide the whole thing out. So there is a groove. So that metal piece actually fit down into that groove.
Yeah.
Which means you can't just pry it off. So you got to shave off this little plastic piece a bit.
Yeah.
Stick a screwdriver in there to pry the metal tab up,
and
then
that
the whole
clip
thing slides out.
is probably a piece of spring steel, because this is going to be on and off belts all the time.
Super spring steel.
So cutting it or bending it and breaking it, not
you could
as
try
easy
to
as
do
you would
this
think.
with it, and what you'd end up doing is just ripping the back off of this plastic part,
which you're not really going to need anyway, but doing it,
what if it snaps? What if it cracks?
doing it this way is better.
Mm-hmm. Sure is. I wouldn't even suggest trying to drill out the little nibbin or anything like that, because you're going to just go right through. Just going to go right through. I don't even know what I'm doing right now. I'm just doing it for fun. But I use one of these on it and just shave her down. Now, this part should fit into there.
Much more goodly.
Way more appropriately. So now this takes this next part, which, I mean, I can appreciate that the parts have been molded, like they're modeled to fit this key back thing. And this is where, you know, going off the plan and buying some generic from some location or something like that, it's not going to work. Clearly what they've done is they've taken the CAD model for the key back and inserted it into their CAD modeling for this, because this is a perfect
form fit. Yeah. Even
to the point that this notch in the back is not just for looks. The notch that you have had the key that had that loop attached to it, where the loop sat down into there. Once this, because this loop went in this way, that's where the loop rested. That actually fits in the plastic.
Okay.
So now it doesn't actually fall out, right? That's what's holding it in. So if you go ham on this thing with a pair of pliers or something like that to try to get that loop off the back,
gonna have a bad time.
No good. I gotta say, I'm really loving this Sparta sparkle stuff.
It does look good.
Delightful. And now this uses
M5 by 10.
M5 by 10 into there. It's one part that's been kind of nice is because these are all using a lot of the same sizes, I haven't had to put them all away every time. I can kind of keep working from the desk. And now this is supposed to go. Okay. So I need to move this part down.
So that's going to hold the bottom of that rail. Is that what I'm seeing?
I think this becomes the stopper for this. Now, I should be able to, at this point, yeah, okay. I can cut my safety zip tie. So I have a zip tie down here that we put in last time as a safety stopper.
To prevent that rail or that carriage from falling off its rail. Yep.
Yeah, but now that it's got some weight on it, it should not fall off. And now I should be able to put this in there.
Llama's having fun with blue tape again.
Oh, good. And now that should just snug right up against that rail. And now
You've got your safety stopper.
the safety stopper is secure. Now they're saying make sure you can fully secure that screw.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know how you could have left that screw out as a stopper. They're not long enough, I don't think. So I liked my solution of a zip tie.
Mm-hmm.
I think it worked better. Now there's a thing.
Now there's a thing.
And then this obviously doesn't sit directly on the bottom. It looks like it sits up. I don't know.
Just a touch.
There.
And that piece was for an in-stop later, I believe, right?
This piece is for the drag chain, for the belt.
Yes,
for the bed.
Got it.
Now I still have to do the belt on the bed.
We'll adjust the position of that later.
Yeah, I can't put the drag chain in yet because I haven't put the belt or the bed all the way in. And I can't put the bed on and the belt on yet because I have to be able to pull these panels off.
Yeah.
And as it is, that
gets
is
tough.
already. I'm gonna have to loosen stuff off when I go to change these panels out.
Okay.
Next week. So that's fine. I don't mind taking a few steps backwards. The counterweight.
Mounting the end piece.
So I already mounted this.
The shim and bearing package.
This guy right here.
Mm-hmm.
I have mounted that. Basically what I did is once I got all the bearings, I just went ham on bearings off camera because it was just easier. Then I now need a little tiny part that I thought I had put aside. There it is. So then it's this piece here, which again is perfectly molded for
that component.
That component. Now I just, oh, okay. It must go this way. Violent.
I think you can leave it off of that bearing up top until you get it mounted, and then just pull it out and loop it up there.
I might be able to. It looks like this goes comme ça. M3 by 12, M3 by 12, M3 by 12. Thanks, M3 by 12. See you later.
This appears to be another one where they've put the
inserts against the grain.
Yeah.
On something that arguably has a lot of, now, it has a lot of up and down tension.
Vincent, this goes what?
This goes comme ça.
Okay.
It's a French thing.
Much more common in the Canada land.
Mm-hmm. Comme ça.
That sounds very wrong.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So now I should be able to do like Bob says and just take this, loop it up here.
Ta-da!
Now what I probably need to do is probably need to move this
to line up into a central point.
Yeah, that's about as parallel as we're going to get it. So this whole system is just to make it so that the belt or the bed, the gantry, sorry, when it's got weight on it, doesn't crash down to the moon.
Yeah. Jordan.
Hello.
Did your belts get crossed?
Nope.
Okay.
My motor mount came out. There we go. So yeah, it hasn't mentioned anything about tensioning the belts for that yet, but I feel like it's something that just needs to be done
later.
I was going to say now.
Well, next is a very poorly named hot end.
Afterburner. Okay.
I have this feeling that that's not the best name. When we're talking about printers and fire, maybe we don't use the word burn.
Okay, so the other thing I'm wondering is, we're going back up a few steps now. So these motor mounts, are they flush to the frame?
No. You're going to want...
They are flush to the frame.
I don't think so.
According to the CAD, this is flush to the frame, like that. And then what I think can happen is this goes flush like that. Let me come around and tighten it up in a way that you guys can see. And then what happens is this pulls against it, I guess. So I must need to tighten this way instead.
I don't think you can tighten those until you get that tensioner set.
Yeah, I don't understand how this operates. Let me go back to the one that I can see better. Because this is also a really long ass screw that's in this thing. Also, we're used to the concept of when you tighten belts, like you want your gantry all the way at the top, so when you pull down, it's...
Yeah, that's not a... Looking at the belt pathing, I see that not being an issue in this one. Because you can pull the belts from that middle point, and you're pulling it horizontally.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so they do want to be bottomed out, because when that pulls, it pushes the motor mount down.
Yes,
so
it would.
What we're going to do is we're just going to pull this up like that and give that just enough to keep it from reefing on itself.
Mm-hmm.
Now, what I should be able to do is I should be able to just loosen one side.
Make sure the other side is fully secured so that you've got something to pull against.
Okay, that's snuggered.
And then pull both of those belts. Give them roughly the same tension and crank her down. Before you get carried away here, how do they feel?
They've got a little bit of looseness. So if I seat that down to about the middle, oh my. Okay, and then let's seat that down. That's it.
Mark says he spaced the motors about a millimeter or two away from the Z extrusion.
Yeah, I could see how that might be a thing.
I think you've got a little bit of play in the...
I think once you tighten it down, it just kind of finds its...
Well,
like I can slide the ruler behind them, basically.
Also, the gear on the motor has some room to move there.
I know. I still have to square that up. The thing is you can't really... You got to tension it a bit before you can really find the true home of the...
Yeah. But here's the thing.
Meow.
The next set of steps gets into building your extruder bundle.
Meow.
Here in about 15 minutes, we will have been at this for 3 hours.
I think we can get a little bit of the extruder done here.
Fantastic.
And then that should also round us right out to wiring, basically. Oh, that's unfortunate. Whoa. Got it. Oh, yeah. And thanks to everybody who's hanging out still, or is just joining, or is come and gone, or doesn't care, or wants to watch it later on.
Loctite on the grub screw. Look at that. And Chris has showed up.
You know,
it would have gone a lot better if he hadn't moved out of the basement.
I know. If he wasn't shirking his duties. Oh, God. Oh, that's too much Loctite. Oh, God. Well.
And he can't hear us anyway because he's at a bar with his buddies.
B-dubs. Is he
I don't know what that is.
Buffalo Wild Wings?
Oh.
Oh, I hate your face. Chicken wings. Socializing. All right.
Not sure how I feel about that.
I don't know what that was.
It's gone forever. That's what that was.
Oh. A spool holder. Nobody needs to hold spools. Okay. So what I'm doing here is I'm just making sure that this belt is...
Jay says the gel-based stuff is much easier to work with.
Probably. However, when I went to Canadian Tire and I was looking for purple thread locker, like they recommend according to the bill of materials, we don't have purple Loctite.
Okay.
We have Permatex orange thread locker.
Oh.
They had blue and they had red.
Because those are normal. Is the purple supposed to be the
Medium
extra strong?
grade.
Oh, medium.
Yeah, apparently you don't want it super strong.
Jay says he used the blue from Home Depot.
Oh, yeah. I mean, quite frankly, I was going to use red because that's what I. Oh, actually, I have blue in the garage, but I would have used red if that was all it was. I don't really care. It's not actually permanent. You can get it off.
Correct.
Just got to be manly about it.
I think that the trick is, because I see it all the time with the blue especially, if the material the screw is made out of is soft, you will strip the head of that screw every time.
Mm-hmm.
Honda has a metal key, a key fob built into their key. There's a little metal screw that holds the key fob together that they've used just a little bit of that blue Loctite on. But they made the screw out of the softest metal I've ever seen.
Yeah.
And it's almost inevitable you're going to strip it.
Yeah. Okay.
That's a lot of parts.
It is a lot of parts.
I thought we were farther along than that.
We are. We might also be done for the day. I'm noticing. I wasn't sure what hot end was being put in.
It sure looks like a V6.
Yeah. And I printed the Dragon mount.
Which does say there is a note. We also provide mounts for the Mosquito and Dragon. Mm-hmm. They're assembled in a similar manner.
Mm-hmm. And so, lo and behold, I have two parts, which are
other camera.
Fantastic for something that uses a 4-point locking system. The Dragonfly will do a 4-point locking system.
If you yoink off that groove mount?
If I yoink off that grub mount. But I don't really want to do that because it's a pain in the bum.
Is it?
Yeah, because you have to undo the bottom to then pull this to then undo that, and it's just a thing.
Oof.
Chris and I went through it when we used them on
the V0s.
The V0s.
Yeah.
I would much rather just use the groove mount for that. So quite frankly, that just might be a print it later and thing.
I have a different suggestion.
Okay.
Using the 4-point screw mount, does that not make other things when you're using the printer easier?
Like nozzle changes
and whatnot?
It can.
Is that not worth the hassle of taking off the groove mount?
So to take the groove mount off is actually really easy. You just, hang on. What you can do is, so you just take the sock off,
mm-hmm.
you hold onto it real good, and you give it a.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
And so.
And then you mount her up.
And then you mount it up. Now, I don't have to pull the hot block off of this thing to mount it up. I can just stick it in there and away it goes. But it's not straight.
Okay. So you're just talking about clocking the heater block.
So I'm just talking about clocking the heater block. And
Okay.
to do that is a bit of a pain. It can be done because you have to tighten it through the holes. And I've done it, and I'm going to do it now because, quite frankly, you deserve it, Bob.
Listen, I've said this multiple times. It seems to be a trend with me. My job here is to say things that make you do more work.
Mm-hmm. So inside the kit of stuff that comes with your Dragonfly is you get a bunch of parts and screws and wrenches and mini screws and many different things. So there's a couple.
It's an interesting design choice.
So basically, with this threaded on, okay, you can, as it sits, you can access the screws
From 2 different points?
through the holes because all these are just 3 holes.
Yeah.
To reach the grubs that are in there holding that on.
Yeah.
So this is a conical heat sink thing. So what I can do, because I've done this before and I know how to do it now, what I'm going to do is just figure out the orientation of how this sits together here. So it looks like you want it that way. Let me go back to the CAD model for a second.
Is the Dragonfly not the same from all 4 directions? So you couldn't just rotate the thing 90 degrees and move on?
Yeah.
Like the whole body?
Well,
I don't know why taking it apart is such a necessary thing.
So the screws are not centered
to...
That's the answer to your question.
Yep.
Okay, so the screws are not centered to the flat planes.
I don't know if they have to be, though, because they're all the same offset from center. So if you just turn it 90 degrees in the plastic part.
But if I do it like this, if I just anchor it in like that, let's just take one of these bad boys. What size screw is this thing using? Oh, wait, it's these ones. Okay. There's still some threaded inserts I have to put into this part anyways. But you see, what I have right now is a hot end assembly, right?
Off kilter.
With a crooked block. And you know that's going to bother me. But let me show you the magic. And this is where the Dragonfly...
Oh, I see. It's not that you're having to rotate the heater block along the heat sink. You're having to rotate that mounting plate along the heat sink.
Yeah, and so the mounting plate to hold the whole thing in, this is where this thing gets really interesting. This is a conical heat block. Okay. I just need to find the right tool for the job here. Okay, so the whole heat assembly come on, you. Okay, so the whole assembly here
Wowzers.
is a conical
Yeah.
heater, which means it has no indexing in the heatsink. You can put it any way you want.
Yeah.
The locking plate does have indexing. So what I need to do, and this is the trick, is what you do is you just put it together loosely. Okay. And then you figure out your orientation as far as where you want the hot end to sit.
Vincent, it looks like there's some locking screws to keep it from dropping out.
Yes, there is. I'm getting to that point. This was a trick I did with the V0, and it works fantastic. So basically what you want to do is figure out where your head's going to index to.
Mm-hmm.
With it loose, you can rotate the conical part. Now, you no longer have access through the heater block to reach the set screws because they're now turned.
Mm-hmm.
But if you
take the heater block off,
now, without turning things, I just put it back together.
Daniel, there you go.
So what I can do is I can just clock it, tighten these back up to then seat the heatsink and the throat together.
Your heater block will be lined up in your hot end. The heat sink will not.
The heat sink will be crooked, but who cares? Because the heat sink doesn't matter.
Oof.
Well, the heat sink is covered by a fan. You can't see it.
I get that. But my brain is wired differently than most people, and it would drive me crazy.
Sure, I could see that. So
because I know it's there.
So now if I put this in, okay, if I just set this up in there real quick. Yeah, should have used a dragon. You know how hard it is to get a dragon right now, Jay? Thanks. So now the heatsink is just in there, slightly bit askew. But when I thread this bad boy on there,
if it was at an even 45, I could say that's a design choice. The slight skew just kills me.
Yeah. Well, and it just kind of shows the versatility of this hot end. So now my block is mostly straight in there, and I can adjust that a little bit more as I tighten things up.
When you start doing things like adding nozzles and whatnot.
Yeah, when you put the nozzle in, you then tighten the nozzle down. So to get my squareness now, I tighten the nozzle up after loosening the block just a quarter turn.
Yeah.
Right, so there's tight against the block. But if I loosen it off just a little and then tighten up my nozzle, my nozzle is going to bottom out and lock everything into orientation. It is a workaround. It is not a pretty workaround, but it occurs, and that is life. The one thing is that they really pack these wrenches in here. Holy jumping. And so it is not 100% perfect. I can get it a little bit better as I go, but that is now aligned. And so now I'm taking the groove mount part and I'm not actually using it as a groove mount.
Okay.
And there you go. There's using the Dragonfly as a 4-bolt screw hole.
Okay then.
Because you can't do that with the groove mount. Most groove mount systems, you have to use the groove mount printed part.
Yeah.
But now that I did all that, let's heat up the iron and undo that. And the only thing I will do is when I go to add a little bit of PTFE tube, I'll just add some. You just add some PTFE tube to it, and then that's that.
Mm-hmm.
And being that this is an all metal assembly, it won't.
So are these printed parts that you've got specifically for this Dragonfly?
They're for the dragon.
Okay.
Because like Jay said, I should have used a dragon. So that was my original.
And then it's asking if there's a different printed part for the Dragonfly.
Yes. So what you would do is you would print the one that's used for groove mount for the Dragonfly. Because the Dragonfly is a groove mount by design. I printed the wrong parts.
Mm-hmm.
So it's So it's either pause
do
the
what
stream
we've done,
or make the adjustment.
we have another friend doing a printer build today. He is not live streaming it.
Who's that?
His name is Richard.
Oh, is he working on his rat rig?
He is.
Oh, I love that idea.
He's got the basic cube assembled. It's a big one.
He did 6x6, isn't he?
I think so.
They did a 6 cube.
That would be our Amazon delivery.
Ring doorbell.
Correct. Also, dog doorbell.
The dog doorbell worked faster.
Correct. Dennis, I only have the one dog.
You mean direwolf?
Okay.
Do I need to do any more heat set inserts? Yes.
Dennis, she doesn't like anybody knocking or ringing the doorbell.
Most dogs don't.
That's been my experience. are you looking for? The angry shake of the bin. Get out of here.
Found it. I'm just kind of skipping along here to see what heat set inserts I need to do while we're at it.
Aha.
Just do a few of them. Good. Okay, and I'm going to need 3 this part here. Oh, we're getting to the end of the heat set insert bag.
Uh-oh. That blue is killing me.
What blue?
Those printed parts.
So good.
Right?
I still can't believe the purple matches the frame almost exactly.
That's nice. I think it was luck of the draw, but yeah.
Well, again, when Sparta was showing the color that they were going to be getting in the sparkle, it's, again, a sample card that's been provided to him based on the material that he's ordered. So then it's like, well, is that actually what we want? Is that actually the color you want? Is that actually going to be the color?
Let's see if we can get Thanos to put a link up there for the different filament selections. Almost like it was timed. It's not going to show that way for the folks on YouTube, but
All right. So then one on the side here. I see the comment here about the frames. He didn't actually try to match it. That's the weird part.
it just worked out that way.
Yeah, it was just luck. Okay, so then this goes in here. Ruh-roh.
Seems to be a very thin part for it to set into.
Yeah, this is a very thin part. I gotta check the container here because I am short heat set insert, but I'm pretty sure it's because one of them rolled off in Narnia at one point.
Well, there's one there on the bench still.
I need two.
Oh.
So I come to my handy dandy
I have spare parts bin.
Lector SwitchWire hardware kit, and I go, hey, look at that. Spare heat set insert. I think there's actually more heat set inserts needed than provided. I don't know. The kits are always, or the instructions are, the building materials is like, get 600 because then you'll use them. And sure, I get that, but tell me how many I actually need.
Yeah. There's also a relatively safe assumption that once a person's going down the path of building their own printers, you're going to need these things anyway.
Yeah, the hardware bin that I have accumulated is substantial.
Mm-hmm.
Because there are times when you go to fix your Prusa and you drop a screw and you need a new one.
Mm-hmm.
And you go to the kit to get a new one and you go, oh, I've already used that one.
And that's when you place an order and never run out again.
Yeah.
Until you misplace where you stored them. And then you buy more.
Mm-hmm. All right. Let's get back to building.
We put our end of hot back in. Gone forever.
No, not gone forever. And I hope not. I need that one. Where'd you go? They come with an orange sock, yeah. All the dragonflies. And the fun part is, as we found out during the V0 build, these are M2.5 screws. And
because of course they are.
Chris didn't have the right length screw. Okay, and then M3 by 16. Okay, that's weird. There's some M3 screws in an M5 bag. Cool. I don't know anymore. I love these.
Yeah.
cheap, like just the cheapest ones, just for like I have empty ones that I use for printer builds. I just put the screws and everything in it for the build, and I just kind of work from it.
Mm-hmm. I have the smaller, cheap Chinesium ones.
I don't know what people are saying. You know, you don't need any extra torque.
Yeah, I need to place that order later today for those shirts.
Okay, a piece of PTFE goes into hole.
Daniel says he's got a hardware store that sells metric hardware, which is somewhat rare in Canada.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I do not have metric. I mean, we do and we don't. It just depends on how small you're trying to go. But you're not going to run to the store to buy M2.5 in Canada.
Correct.
Generally speaking. Always, always, always use your Capricorn tube cutter.
Okay.
I have a cheap one that came with some cheap PTFE. No. The Cap Tubes one is just better.
Okay.
You need a strong spring. Oh, and that wants me to attach it to the printer right now. I don't really want to.
I don't actually have one of those cutters.
It's important.
I use a printed cutting guide and a razor blade.
I was going to say, you don't really have much to do with
Correct.
printer stuff that way.
M3x40s. You already put those in the backside?
That's what she said. I don't know if I'm going to put it on there just now. I think I'm just going to skip ahead, kind of build this thing. I'm getting kind of tired. So
okay.
I think I'm just going to keep building some parts, and then I'll slap them together later on.
Mark, I'm considering doing a rebuild of this bear. Other than that, I don't really have a plan for a next printer. That's not 100% true. I'm going to rebuild this Mini as well. Reprint all the parts. Those aren't really additional printers so much as they're updates to existing.
Bob doesn't have the sickness.
Oh, I do. I fight it.
So his need for new printers isn't as strong as some others.
My funds for new printer are allocated elsewhere.
All right, let's check the... CAD here. Okay. So that's how I want my motor to sit. I need to take this piece.
I agree, Mark. Rebuilds are fun. For me, it's when it's done, the tinkering's over. Once the printer's assembled, hit print.
Yeah.
I don't know that I've got the attention span for learning firmware. Whoa!
Hi.
That got orange. Where's Mike when you need him?
Yeah. Well, I looked at it for a second because I actually have been looking at the other monitor most of the time.
Mm-hmm.
And then I went, wow, the color's way off. Click. Okay, there's a step in this manual that I don't agree with.
Which one?
Page 69.
There?
Stepper wires. If the stepper has wires, cut them to approximately 150 millimeter.
We discussed this earlier with the probe wires. Don't trim that shit until you're doing the wiring.
Yeah, don't cut your wire. Just don't.
The right time to do that is when you're doing the wiring and you're cutting to the appropriate length you need for the bundle.
Yeah. Okay. So now, so you just put one screw in there, okay? And then it says take the thumb screw with the spring, stick it through that and into this. Okay. All right. Oh, come here. There we go. Better. All right. Then it says idler assembly.
See you, Vincent.
Later, dude. And take the part and stick it in. Kamsa. Okay. Now it says take this bad boy.
Looks like it's already pre-assembled for you.
That would be me.
Aha.
Playing with it.
Well, why wouldn't you? You need to put your other bit in there too.
What other bit?
The purple bit that you just assembled.
Yeah. That bit.
And then you got that little purple lever thingy. Things not fitting quite smooth enough.
It just says in the manual here that this needs to be loose.
The bearings must slip on and off the shaft easily. Pressing the bearings on the shaft will damage them.
Okay. Like that. And then this piece.
Yep.
Okay.
Your lever 3000.
Lever 3000 goes there. Okay.
Then your front cover with motor goes on. And you attach using 3 M3x30s. Oh, what is this shenanigans?
My M3x30 bag is empty.
Uh-oh. Are those the M3s that are in the M5 bag?
No. It's M3x24. What the?
Isn't that a handy little printer or print? It just lives on the desk and it's always there when you need to measure.
Spare hardware bag just keeps on giving.
Mm-hmm. And Viking's still with us. Didn't you already put a screw in one of those holes? Or are things just not lining up right?
It was a different hole.
Okay.
This actually goes into one of the threaded holes. Oh, come on. Why is this not lining up now? What has happened here? So yeah, this is quite the interesting little assembly. I don't know why that screw had to be so long.
It does seem a bit odd, doesn't it?
Whatever. No.
No. It doesn't seem like a good answer at all. But you see what I'm saying, right? It seems odd. They want you to do what?
Okay, so then they want a little nibbin of PTFE in there.
Where did you move on to?
Oh, I'm just still looking at the
Oh yeah, you went on to page 74, bypassing page 73.
I did, because I don't like page 73 for a second.
I don't either.
Okay, so attach that and attach this. Okay, good. Now it's saying to remove 2 screws from the motor.
Is there a different motor they're speccing here? Because that looks significantly different.
Thankfully, the part is the same.
Okay.
But I don't really like that idea.
Because you're only removing 2 screws of the motor housing and leaving the other 2 so that nothing's getting out of alignment or wonktified. It still seems like a bad idea to me.
Nothing says void your warranty like disassembling the motor.
Warranty. Who uses warranties?
Oh, and then use different screws.
They need to be a little bit longer to go through the plastic.
Hmm.
Is this kit supposed to have all of the hardware for everything on the printer?
Like what?
For example, the bare builds.
Yes.
It includes the hardware for the Y and the Z axis, but the X is a separate thing because of the number of options that there are. So it doesn't include the hardware for the X axis.
This looks like it has all the hardware for the general steps. Okay, and apparently then this shroud just sits there?
Goes on the side with an M3x8.
Where was that step?
74.
Uh-huh. The only thing I'm seeing, though...
Zenith made a mention earlier that you've already got it screwed into place. I don't know that that's correct or not.
No, it goes in this hole. The thing is, this printer part, you actually have to put...
Really? That's not very clear.
It's not. They changed it in the manual. I also don't exactly know
what that part exists for.
Uh-huh. And also this screw is too short. Hardware bag, the 24 millimeter.
Look at that. Is it just the one hole or both?
Just the one.
Kind of looks like there's a notch there for the other one too.
There's a notch for the screw hole to sit against. Negative, too long.
Well, better get a 22.
It's not really a thing.
I know.
But knowing the way stepper motors are built, I can adjust for that.
And what is it about the way stepper motors are built that makes that possible?
So the screws in a stepper motor run front to back, right?
Correct.
None of these. Are you kidding me right now with this? Oh, all right. This part is not getting put on. It has to notch under two different sections of the thing, and the hardware just doesn't exist to make that work right. And as far as I can tell, it's just a wired guide thing, so I'll deal with it later. Even if I have to just attach the one screw hole or something and then glue the backside. I don't know. I'll deal with that later. And then it attaches to this on the printer. Maybe. Okay.
Oh, Thaneth is pointing out some things for us.
What's Thaneth point out?
There's actually a newer version of the manual than the one that we're using.
You know what's going to happen right now, Bob. That's all, folks. Jeez.
The one that I've got is from January 30th. The one that he's following along with looks like it's from May 23rd.
May 23rd?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Thanks, Voron. It's good for you. I love that. Oh yeah, downloaded all this stuff. They, you know. All right. What's the change? What's the difference?
I don't have them side by side, but the screws that we're working on right now look a little bit different. Let's see.
So here's the problem. Okay. You change the manual.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And now people don't know how to build the printer because the information has changed.
Mm-hmm.
People can't keep up with the changes.
Well, especially if there's things like printed parts that change along with it.
Or conversely, like hardware.
Mm-hmm.
If you have done your due diligence and purchased a hardware kit from a vendor for the express purpose of keeping yourself sane,
Mm-hmm.
if the hardware's changed, how is the vendor supposed to know?
It's such a friendly little sound. It does seem to stick through there quite a bit. Is that the 30?
That's the 30.
Should be on the other side. The 20 goes on that side.
Oh, God, there's a 20? I just thought it was 230s. Oh, that's how you know it's getting time to be done soon. Huh. Found more M3x30 screws.
I had to look at it a couple of times to see that they were two different size screws too. That's where build manual wise goes. One of the things that Prusa and Lego do very well
is make call outs too.
Here's the parts you're going to need in this step.
Yeah, that's a... See, and that's... Okay, so here's the thing with this little guy here that I just tightened in. I didn't have to sit there and spin it for hours and hours and hours. It just went. And if you go slow and steady, you'll make it happen. If you're trying to go quick and torquey, it ain't working.
You want to read the chat real quick?
More clear on the at your own risk circumstances.
A couple of statements before that.
Oh, Thaneth is it's not a company?
Not a commercial project.
I beg to differ. At this point...
Do you want to beg to differ or do I?
At this point, this project has gained a very large following, momentum, and change, right? So at a certain point, you can kick and scream and yell that it's, and try to get it's not a certain way, and that's fine. But at a certain point, whether you want it to be that way or not, you're now a thing. You've reached a level, and you kind of have to just deal with it. Oh my God, I'm just... So it may not be, it may not have set out to be a commercial product. You've got vendors worldwide selling products for this printer. You've got manufacturers worldwide producing things. It's now beyond.
There's an additional component to that. these vendors and manufacturers are in contact with you, confirming specifications, it's not just some vendor said, hey, that's a good project, I want to carry parts for it.
Mm-hmm.
There's more communication than that.
So what's this now saying?
M3 by 16s.
Yeah, but I got to
split the fan open by bending the taps on the side. I think it means to say tabs. And yeah, you have to open the fan. You're taking the fan shroud apart.
For what fan? Hello? What size fan am I supposed to be doing here? Is this a 50-15 that I got to pull apart?
It looks like it's one of the, like the part cooling fan from the Prusa.
Hmm. That tells me 50-15. Oh, come on, robot leg, let's go.
I don't know magic numbers.
You do. You just don't know it. I don't know if I have any of those fans right now. I think I did, and I don't know what happened to it now. I think I had to use one. Aha, there we go. So it feels like they're saying it's one of these.
Yeah, that's what it looks like based on the blade orientation inside there.
Only the inside doesn't look, right, look like that. No. I think we're going to pause because I think I got to do more reading and I guess check the build of materials.
For the afterburner on the 2.4, it was a 40-20. Thank you, Bryce.
Okay. So I bought a 40-20, but it don't look like that.
Does it look like the back half of that? Oh, again, parts used in this step.
Okay. So we needed a 40-20 centrifugal fan.
Okay. You said you picked one of those up? Okay.
Nope, I bought more 40-20 axial fans, and I bought a 40-20 or a 60 and a 40-10. I forgot to order the part.
Well, these things happen.
You got to pull that thing apart. Oh, I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that at all.
And you're going to put that on there, and that part's going to get held in with a filament hinge.
Okay. I know now why I didn't order it.
Okay.
Sparta sold out.
Aha. Before you jump on that, page 76, 77 shows another fan that you need. Let's make sure we know the size on it.
The next one down should be just throw it in there. Don't even tell you what fan it is. Just boop. There's a fan. That should be a 40-10. I have that part right here.
If you've got one, let's slip it in the printed piece and just make sure.
Just needs a little loving, but I think it'll go.
And the wires come out the top.
And who knows what the wiring on this thing? They never show you wires on any of this stuff.
Well, on the CAD there, it shows it coming, or not the CAD, but the picture in the diagram. It does show, if you're looking at it as you're inserting it, the wires are in the top right corner.
Yeah, the problem with that is that when you shove this thing in, you actually pinch the wires.
Yeah.
So you have to back them out of there. And if you back them out of there, then they become loose on the backside. So you need to secure them first.
On the other hand, a couple of gnomes just finished.
Gnomes. And we are coming up on the 4 o'clock magic hour that I said I was going to
try to avoid. Yeah.
Yeah. No, just stop at. Not necessarily avoid, but no need to go in here. Especially because I now have to make. I can either do what I'm going to do in the future and use the 50-15 that I was going to put in after that mod that I found.
Mm-hmm.
Or I can move on without having the blower fan in it and just come back to it later, I guess. Or I got to put a printed part. I got to reprint a part for the 50-15 if I'm going to go that route.
Well, we should probably figure out offline that part, whether it's ordering the new print, the fan, or printing the part for the fan you've got.
Yeah. I think your Priesta is ready for its filament change. All right, let's shove that in there. Yeah, see, I had to put a dab of glue on the wire and to hold it in, because otherwise, if you just leave it routed through, it's going to pitch pretty hard. So, also, I kind of wish it would seat all the way down. Oh, it doesn't want to go all the way down. There's...
And this is kind of a problem with different manufacturers of fans, right? The plastic around it might be slightly different.
So there's plastic,
Mm-hmm.
the groove, right? So this section of the back, the flat flange, if you just push it in so that the flat flange is touching, it doesn't seat all the way down. I don't know that that's going to fit properly. Nope. Nopety nope nope. I was using the wrong printed part. Still don't think it's right. I still see a hard nope. Where's the wire supposed to go? There's like no room for wire.
It looks like there's a notch in the piece above for the wire routing.
Yeah, I don't know about that at all.
If we look at the picture on 77,
Yeah,
the
I
picture
see
on
it.
the far right kind of shows it.
I see it. I just don't see it in the part that I have here, because these two parts made up pretty
Hinge.
Yeah, and then on the inside, where does that? There's not a lot of room.
No.
For wire.
And
well, the wire has
kind
to
of shows that too. It comes out of that notch it's supposed to be in and has to go over to the side there a bit to get to that. That's silly.
Yeah, and then it has to notch through this part here. So there's an alignment thing and all that jazz.
It seems like it could have been done a bit easier.
Yeah. Well, we're going to pause there anyways because it's 4:02. I have to figure out what I'm doing for a fan. Either I'm going to be ordering a fan
or printing a part.
Looks like I can get a basic one here by Tuesday, so it's not a big deal. And yeah, but this has been fun. We got a whole moving thing right now.
A lot of progress.
It don't move.
Well, it's tied down by motors.
Lots of motors, yeah. I mean, that's nice.
Yeah, you're fighting two motors there.
Yeah. Fighting two motors and gravity and all that jazz. Yeah, I think it went well. I think we did good things.
Good.
Still can't get over how chunky. Yeah, this is chunky. It's It's definitely got some fatness to it as a blower motor, as a hot end assembly. Like overall, like that's thick. It's a lot of printed parts. I don't know how I feel about these fan ducts, but
how does that line up with the part below there?
There's some slot in it, so when you stick these together,
yeah, there you go.
they just go on.
Okay.
And this part goes on the front. Again, because of me color matching everything, it looks totally different than what they usually want you to do. But basically, looking at the instructions, basically, the last step is to assemble these couple printed parts with the fans.
Yep.
And then we're into wiring.
Couple of fans. Oh, yes. Power switch, PSUs. So not a bad place to.
So what
stop.
I'm glad we got to this point because this is exactly where I wanted to be. Because I think what we're going to do is we're going to pick it back up again after the printer is
working,
running. Because I've got
just
to
have a quick state of the printer.
Bed on. I've got to put the bed on. I've got to change the panels out first. I've got to put all the wiring together, the display, the cable chains, put the components in. So what I might end up doing is we might end up doing maybe a couple short evening streams. And then we'll just go from there.
Absolutely.
But I want to thank everybody for hanging out in the chat today. It's been fun. I think we had some good times, good people hanging out. And I think that's it.
Well then, have a good afternoon. Enjoy your anniversary. I hope your steaks turn out well.
Yeah, I'm going to go make some steaks. So to everybody in the chat, to everybody watching later on, thank you very much. And we will see you next time.
Bye-bye.